What's up, everybody? Hope you are having a great Tuesday evening. Every once in a while, I get to do a live stream intro, and today is one of those days, lucky you, because we have Avery number 2 over here, or the new Avery, but also the old Avery will be here on the stream. He's just going to be a little bit late. He's actually out of town, and he'll be calling in. So we're going to do our live startup draft and everything at 7. I don't know if we have the countdown for that. If not, it's no big deal. We're going to have the live startup draft, real money startup draft at 7 with rookie picks. And then we will go into team blueprints after that as well. But again, if you guys want to get in the line, I'm just telling you, the line fills up very, very quickly on our live streams, especially on Tuesdays. So if you want to get in the live team blueprint line, follow that link in the YouTube chat and the one that I just dropped in there as well. Go to that bit.ly and you can get the live team blueprint a la carte option. Or if you're not already a member, annual Mother Flocker tier using code domain, you can sign up, you get a free voucher, and then we'll do that for you for free on tonight's stream. But again, appreciate all you guys who are here. Last weekend, or this past weekend, was like one of the more entertaining weekends of football that I've seen in quite a while, like as a whole. You know, like some of the best individual games I've seen would have been like the Seattle and Rams game like a month ago. This week, just as a whole, every football game wildly entertaining. From college to the NFL, it was amazing. Until, of course, you know, you got some Monday Night Football and you had to suffer through watching the Steelers play in the playoffs again. Now that Tomlin is out, hopefully we won't have to suffer through that again. Or if we do have to go through it again with them being in the playoffs, maybe they'll actually be like good. That's, you know, a possibility, but golly, that was, I'm not going to lie, I didn't watch the game yesterday. I had no interest in watching the game, and then I looked at the score and I was like, yep, checks out. 6-7 heading into the fourth quarter, and then a bunch of defensive touchdowns at the end when they were just YOLOing it. Brock says, guys, you're going to be able to hear after being in the stadium for the Pawns pick 6. I just figured you were deaf now. What did you say? I can't hear you. Yeah, no, I'm still deaf. I'll probably be deaf forever. That was the loudest sports moment of my entire life. Before that, it was actually the Big Ten Championship, and that was only with like half capacity, not half, but like 60% IU fans. There's like 95% IU fans in Atlanta. Literally took over the city, and that pick 6 was like the most electric thing to experience in person. It was incredible. We're going to the Natty, guys. Going to the Natty. IU's going to the Natty, and Avery and I will be there with our wives. We were able to get tickets, and we are like pumped beyond words. Like I can't believe that this is actually real. I don't think people understand it. Like even if you're not an IU fan, I think you believe it more than IU fans believe it. Like that's how crazy it is. Dylan says, wasn't going to miss it this time. Shout out to IU and Sig and Mendoza. I appreciate it, man. Also, that other game, the Ole Miss and Miami game, that went down after the last time we streamed. Well, I guess we were streaming during some of the game, but the ending of that game was incredible too. I do think that, golly, why am I blanking on his name? Trinidad Chambliss. His eligibility has been denied for 2026 by the NCAA. Apparently, Ole Miss is going to file a lawsuit and see if they can get that overturned. So we're going to be following that really closely because Chambliss has simultaneously boosted his draft stock while also trying to go back to college. If he ends up losing this and has to go pro, like there's a good chance that he's a potential like late first round candidate, kind of around where Dart went. That's where Avery and I think that he could potentially go. He's very undersized, got a lot of potential red flags as a prospect, but man, he can create. Super athletic, great arm, really good out of structure ability. So that'll be interesting to follow. Seeing crazier things like Ty Simpson declaring, which we didn't think was going to be a thing either. We got David Elliott here. 4 streams in 2026, 4 live leagues. We are absolutely rolling. Heck yeah, we are. We're going to be doing live leagues like all off season. Dynasty takeaway from Indiana's success. Team and coaching staff plays much bigger role than individual player profile. We need to take landing spot culture coordinator more into account. That's very possible. We will have to look into that and try to get numbers and data to back that up at the NFL level. Because that's not necessarily a bad point. I mean, you can have all the talent in the world like the Chargers do and Ladd McConkey does, and you're in a terrible situation because of Greg Roman, and you can't produce. Greg Roman's gone now. So actually, after all that talk, all that conversation about Ladd McConkey being a terrible investment, now it's like, oh man, depending on who they get as an OC, like, can you imagine if like Mike McDaniel went to the Chargers as the OC? Actually, I know that he's in talk with the Lions, and the Lions would be like, I think, a really good fit for Mike McDaniel as an OC. But like, imagine if a Mike McDaniel type of coach went to be the offensive coordinator for the Chargers. I think our take on a lot of those players would change, and what their potential upside would be. Is Nathan putting on weight? He looks like he's at least 72 pounds. You're right, I gained 2 pounds. Drake May and Rome or Lamar in the 102 in a 16-man super flex. Lamar in the 102. Yeah. Nathan told me Tomlin was fired 2 weeks ago. Dang. I did? I didn't even know that. Need y'all to do a whole rankings revamp when Avery's back, talking all the way down to like 300. Brother. I feel like we do a decent amount of rankings videos all the way down to 300. Golly. I don't know if you can get us to argue between the 259th and 260th ranked player in Dynasty and who should be ranked over who. But we can talk about sleepers, I'm sure. I'm sure we'll have a sleepers video coming out at some point. Are you also bringing your girlfriends to the Natty? Or wives we are bringing to the Natty, yes. Yeah, we're going to actually, we're going to go down to Miami. We're going to fly into Fort Lauderdale. We're going to go to Miami on Sunday night, be there for the game on Monday night, and then we're going to stay in Florida for the rest of the week as like a little mini trip. And we'll be streaming from Florida for a couple streams there. Fannin or the 103 and a tight end premium? 103, easy, not even close. Unless the tight end premium is like 2 additional points per premium, like you're per reception, you take the 103. Chambliss might be too old to go first round. I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily true for a quarterback, especially. I mean, really, a 22-year-old versus a 24-year-old isn't really going to make a difference. Especially at the quarterback position. It might at other positions where the longevity isn't expected to be as, long. But I mean, we've seen plenty of 23, 24-year-old quarterbacks in recent years go in the first round and be totally fine. I mean, Bo Nix, super old. Purdy, old. Joe Burrow, one of the older prospects that we've seen. Michael Penix, old. I mean, all those guys were 23 or older when they were drafted. Garrett Wilson and the 109 are Burden in the 103. Probably Burden in the 103, honestly. Is Tomlin the new Sean Payton? I wouldn't say that because Sean Payton's actually a play caller. Tomlin doesn't really do that. I think that Sean Payton is more of a type of coach that could last longer than Tomlin could, given in entering a unestablished situation, right? Where Tomlin would have to, I don't know if Tomlin could do that like Sean Payton did in Denver or has done in Denver. I forget that Nathan plays everything straight. I asked if he was also bringing his girlfriend to the Natty and he completely blows through the joke. Oh. Yeah. I probably looked over that for sure. Herbert in the 27 first or Dart in the 27 second? Probably Herbert in the first. Herbert and Dart are already pretty close to market value. What a shocker Sadiq declared. Yeah. I mean, at this point, I'll take what I can get. I'll be happy for even what we expect to be the obvious declares, because right now a ton of people that we expected to declare are going back to college, and it's looking like you're going to be drafting undrafted free agents in the 3rd round of this year's rookie class. It looks that bad. Avery 2.0 agrees. He's like, yeah, this sucks. What is that game? That's pretty clever. What is that game? Huh. Is that for the stream? Yes, Scott's confusioned too. Maybe Avery 2.0 is playing it like right now. He's probably reading the instructions. Tomlin's coaching tree is a stick in the ground name. A coordinator that he hired, Arians, was a cower hire that went on to be a head coach. Yeah, fair. I don't really put a bunch of stock into coaching trees, though. I mean, like, I don't really think that like puts a. I don't think that impacts like Tomlin's legacy, like what he's been able to do. You know. So let's go ahead and do some team reviews here before we do the draft in 32 minutes now. Real quick, Grantham says, hey guys, word on Thursday I was going to get into this league tonight, but I guess I missed the boat. How can I get in the next one? We got Waffle in the chat here. Grantham, if you want to submit a ticket in the Blueprint help or just tag Wafflehauser in the Discord, we will get you set up in the next league. We're happy to do that for you. Or Tommy Peanuts. Wafflehauser or Tommy Peanuts. They're in charge of helping us get all these leagues like put together and stuff. So we definitely don't want to leave you hanging there. Okay. Let's do this. We've already got a number of team reviews in here. So let's start with a trade question from EMT. This is Jefferson and Jack Beshett in a 12-team Start 11 Dynasty PPR 2 QB or Superflex. Got Jefferson picks for the 104 and the 201 this year. Giving up Ladd and the 104 and the 201. Yeah, even in a Start 11, I'm going to hold on to Jefferson here. I don't think this is good enough. I'm not anti-104 in this class. It's more me just really being stubborn with Jefferson and being like, yeah, this is not, I'm not selling Jefferson for this. This is, again, maybe this is the early stages of Jefferson actually being an achievable asset because he's aging out anyways. Not aging out, but like not getting any younger. He's 26, going to be 27 next year. Kind of approaching that era where, like, if you remember, Diggs, Adams, and Tyreek were all in that like age range at the same time together, and there was a lot of like fluctuation in their value in that window, and that's kind of like what CD, Amon-Ra, and Jefferson are all at right now. Chase probably on a 1-year delay, but I don't want to move Jefferson for this right now. Oh, you got Jefferson? I like that move for Jefferson. Yeah, that's a good move. I approve. Even with the Greg Roman news, I approve. Okay, so we're going to start with Mike yards tonight, the longest yard. And again, guys, if you want to get your team reviewed, just follow the bit.ly link that we have pinned in the YouTube comments here, or I just dropped it in the chat for you. Again, you have an a la carte option. You can get the team blueprint, or you can get, if you buy an a la carte Blueprint Premium plus Infinite, we can do that on the live stream for you as well. It can't be a voucher upgrade, it has to be an a la carte purchase. But if you sign up for the annual Motherflocker tier using code DOMAIN, you will get a free Team Blueprint voucher, and that team will also be applied to the Infinite Blueprint as well. Not to mention all of the exclusive access that you have on the Discord with Avery and I, with the community. We'll get you in a live league, etc., and all the perks on the side as well with our rankings, all the tools on there. So if you haven't joined us already, please feel free to come over. I'm just telling you right now that the annual Motherflocker tier is going to be like the best bang for your buck by far. If you're not a member and you're going to pay $99 for a team review tonight a la carte, like you literally just bought the annual. So if you're not a member and you want to buy a blueprint, just sign up for the annual Motherflocker tier. It's the exact same price, and you get like way more perks in addition to the live review that you're getting tonight on the stream. And again, make sure you use code DOMAIN there. So skip Mike's, he has to go. Okay, cool. So we're gonna do Mike's later. Mike, if you're back on the stream later tonight, just let us know and we can do it for you. But again, we're happy to wait for you for when you're on the stream. So we'll move on to Regulator 805. This one is team name Yard Sale. And he has tons of 27 draft capital, he says. Took over the team and started a rebuild, have the 101, 104, and 108, but hoping to trade the 108 and Gadsden for the 105. I honestly don't mind that trade-up move. in a super flex. Giving Gadsden to move up in that tier where we think there's not as significant of a drop off as what you might be playing with the 108. I don't mind that move at all. I look to take Love at the 101, a big 3 wide receiver at the 104, and Fernando at the 105. Build rest of roster with 27 draft class thoughts for me. So here's my first thought for you when you're planning out who you're going to take at your picks in January. Be ready to change your strategy. I'm just telling you. Outside of the 101, which is all but guaranteed to be Jeremiah Love unless something freakish happens. And I don't know. The only reason that would happen is if somebody goes way higher than expected or Jeremiah Love like tears his Achilles or ruptures his Achilles. Beyond that, at the 104 and the 105, do not in January lock yourself into having to take a wide receiver at the 104 and a quarterback at the 105. Fernando Mendoza may or may not be the best pick at the 105. He might not be the best pick at the 105. If you have an early second round running back go off the board, like Jadarian Price or Jonah Coleman going to a really nice landing spot in the early second, which is very possible, the earlier mid-second, and they're available there at the 105, you're going to, for example, going to want to take that running back at the 105 over a quarterback even in a super flex league, especially a non-rushing QB like Mendoza. So again, don't lock yourself into making selections in January when the draft hasn't even happened. We haven't even seen where these guys have gone. We don't really know where these value tiers are going to end up going because you always want to take the best value before you take team or positional, before you go with positional need in your rookie draft. Never sacrifice value. So just keep that in mind again when you're planning out. Totally good to plan out and think about where you might go, but don't lock yourself into it. When you're strategizing. So looking at your team, 12th here in the power rankings, smelling a hard rebuild here, which is totally fine. That is recoverable. And let me get your value share pulled up here. 3.7% production share, which is 12th in your league, and 5.8% value share, which is 11th in your league. So again, you have really good draft capital here. You're going to give you a great grade. 3 picks this year, or 3 firsts this year, and 5 firsts in 2027. So again, as a hard rebuild with a team that has a ton of picks, we are still going to go hard rebuild before I even grade this out, just looking at the assets that you have on your team at every position. The picks are not guaranteed to put you in a contending position heading into the 2027 season because you have almost no one at your existing positions right now who are like proven assets. But again, you're building this the right way because you're taking the picks and you're using them as in basically it's your ticket to increase value and to increasing the value portfolio of this roster as a whole. So grading this out at quarterback, we've got Cam Ward and Tua, which is going to be a 2. Quinshawn is a 2. Marv, and that's it, is a 1. And Oronde Gadsden will give you a 2 with Marv. And then Oronde Gadsden is going to be a 4 at this point. The draft capital is going to be a 10. And then your bench will be a 1. Overall grade here is going to be 4, dead even. This is a hard rebuild player deficient. So 2-year outlook's going to be rebuild. And again, I love the draft capital that you have. A lot of this is just going to be patience with your picks and letting them like reach peak value, mature in value, especially your 27 picks. Like I do like shopping the 108, and I liked that idea of taking Gadsden in the 108 to move up in the draft potentially. But I'm also going to give you some other options here as well, like Oronde Gadsden. Just straight up, I would move him straight up for a different player at another position because tight end's not our priority. Really want to focus on running back and wide receiver primarily. And then I'll just take the 108 straight up and move off of that as well. If you want to move that for a proven asset instead of trading up in the draft, since you already have so much of your stock in the rookie draft, you could just move that pick now. It's a later pick. We're good with shopping that later pick in early January before people catch on to how bad the depth is in this class. I'm totally okay with that as well. And then our third move here, kind of want to hold Judkins, kind of want to hold Marv, kind of want to hold Ward. Let's take some of your depth guys that kind of have cap value ceilings, like Kenneth Gainwell. Specifically, Kenneth Gainwell really is the guy that stands out to me. We're going to take him, and we're going to take your second. And this is where I would up tier. This is definitely where I would up tier. I would take your early second, your 201, which a lot of people are going to value as how 201s are generally valued. I'm just telling you right now, very similar to late first, you want to get rid of those seconds before you're stuck with them, and they look way uglier than they usually do. Again, we're not in the business of hyping up and talking up every single class. We're going to tell you how it is every single year. And last year just happened to be the year where we were like screaming from the rooftops, don't sell these picks because everyone's telling you to sell these picks. This is a really good, specifically very deep class. And people who listened to us really paid off because that second round ended up being really pretty. And there are actually some really good picks in the third round as well, more than normal. This year, that is not going to be the case. The high-end guys, the top-end guys are just as good as any other class. In fact, some of the star power is better than some of the really good classes that we've seen in terms of like overall depth. I would say the high-end talent of this year's class rivals that of last year, if not, like it could be better. I think it could be. I'm not saying it's guaranteed to be, but it could be. Beyond that, it's really rough. But again, that's why we're going to have you move a couple of these picks because you already have so many of them and you can afford that. So, with your moves here, Aronde Gadsden, looking at guys that are kind of value equivalent to him right now. Again, I would just be looking at other positions for Aronde Gadsden when I'm shopping him. In your situation, you have, two as your QB2. I don't mind playing the market right now with like a Tyler Shuck to help insulate it a little bit, at least in the short run. And I know Tyler Shuck isn't necessarily super insulated, but he is going to be the starting quarterback next year, and people will pay for that as that becomes more clear heading into the later offseason when they really are like, yo, this is what, he's going to be the starter. So other guys, other positions that I'd be looking for. Jordan Addison actually was just arrested for trespassing earlier today, which is incredibly annoying. But again, that's just going to make him even more cheap. And again, it wasn't like to the extent of like Rashee Rice issue stuff, allegedly. Jordan Addison allegedly trespassed. But I read up on that a little bit too, and it sounds like he will probably be fine, at least in terms of like punishment. But again, I don't know all the details yet. Like this just came out. Anyways, the whole point is you can get Addison for like a really cheap price, and I would go ahead and probably just do it. Kenneth Walker is another guy in that same range as Aronde Gadsden that I would take a shot on as well. Rookie pick 108. So that's like a early, late first, late mid first, kind of between those two ranges. And when we're looking there, a couple of guys that I like here. Burden, I would pay the 108 for Burden or Scadaboo or AJ Brown. Actually, AJ Brown really unpopular right now given his performance in the wild card game. I'm just telling you, I think it's a total fluke. And honestly, I think he had one foot out the door before that season was over anyways. I think he's tired of being an Eagle, and I don't think he's going to be an Eagle next year. It's just my opinion. I think they're going to trade him away. So AJ Brown going to be an interesting market play depending on where he ends up going. And again, I mentioned Scadaboo is a guy that I really like. Luther Burden, also an interesting market play right now. And then Kenneth Gainwell, when we're taking him with that second round pick, that early second round pick, and looking to up tier. Number one, the guy that I think I would shoot for is honestly for you, probably like a Derrick Henry, and try to play the market with him heading into next season because he will gain value as the season comes closer. Charbonnet is another guy that you could shoot for. Jaden Higgins is another guy that you could shoot for, or Kyle Monangai. I like a lot of the running back market plays here. Like a lot. Couple of trade partners that you could look at. Dude Where's Lamar and OK Outlaws. Those are some nice trade partners for you to look at when you're making some of these moves. And look, as a hard rebuild, you just want to be making as many trades as possible to build value wins. Like, don't make unnecessary moves, but make moves that are going to help you build those small value wins so that they can stack up and get you into a better position looking ahead to the future. And like I said earlier, kind of talking about the rookie picks, like use your rookie picks to gain value wins, not to plug holes. What I mean by that is don't take all these rookie picks and just hold them and pick them and hope that every single rookie is going to hit. Use them to play the market, shop some of them, keep some of them, pick some of the players that you really like in the class and hold on to them and, you know, see what happens to their market value over time. But again, don't get married to every single one of these rookie picks just because you own them and assume that all of these rookies are going to work out. You want these picks because the picks appreciate in value, not the players that come after those picks, if that makes sense. Now, a lot of times rookies are good investments because they have very high value upside, but remember there's a balance there. And you can get young guys who are not rookies like Quinshon Judkins, who you have on this team right now, like Marvin Harrison Jr., who you have on this team right now, who are great investments at the moment. They're young, insulated guys that haven't necessarily reached their value ceiling. Don't go out of your way to target any rookie picks further than 2 years out. That'll just elongate this rebuild more than 2 years, and we really don't want it to last any longer than a couple of years since we're playing in 2 to 3 year outlooks anyways. So again, overall, I think this team's going to be in pretty good shape. A lot of this is just wait and see what happens to those 26, 27 picks when they gain or reach max value, and that'll be next offseason. So just be patient and play with the current value that you have right now, and continue to build up those value wins. Do you have any questions on this, man? I've not seen regulator. Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate you a ton. Yes. Yeah, we'll get him trade questions. So yeah, when you're watching this recording later, feel free to ask us whatever questions you have on Discord, or just submit trade questions based on the suggestions that we gave you on this blueprint. We got a trade question from HACE 1010 here. This is Devon Achane in a 8-team start 10 Dynasty PPR. Okay, so an 8-team, very high upside. Achane, and Buka, and Warren for Jefferson, JT, and BTJ. In an 8-team, Achane obviously going to be the most valuable guy here, but JT and Jefferson and BTJ, Ibuka, and Tyler Warren. I'm cool taking the Jefferson and JT side here. I'm very good with this move. Generally don't like trading away guys like Achane in an 8-team, but when you're getting 2 guys like that have really high upside like Jefferson and JT, I'm good with it. AJ Brown is not going anywhere from Eagles fan. Eagles for the win. I mean, you are an Eagles fan, so I guess you would know more than me, or maybe you're in denial. I don't know. I could be wrong. I mean, they did fire their OC, and if he falls in love with whoever they hire at OC, maybe they end up holding on to him. But I think with his contract, let me look up AJ Brown's contract real quick. AJ Brown. Because this could be indicative of like what will have to happen to him. Yeah, insane dead cap if he were to be cut. So like he's not cuttable. This is a trade or hold on to AJ Brown type of thing. They can't like do anything super weird where they just like cut him, or a lot of his money that he got in this extension is beyond 2026. But he has a lot of guarantees left on his deal still. So somebody would have to take on those guarantees, which honestly, for an AJ Brown, it's very reasonable. His cap hits over the next couple of years are 23 million, 22 million, 27 and 29 million. Like, for, you know, one of the better wide receivers in the league, that's pretty worth it. $43 million dead cap hit if the acquiring team pays his $29 million salary. Yes, that checks out, because currently the dead cap is 72 million. Yeah. So that checks out. With the contract structure being the way that it is, I would assume if they were to trade away AJ Brown, they're probably not going to get a first for a 28-year-old wide receiver. They might get a couple of seconds. Maybe. I don't know. Howie drafts super well, so I feel like if you got a couple of seconds, I'd be chilling. Not like you could replace AJ Brown, but I'm just saying, it's not like you guys really use him that much this year either. I'm very interested to see what their offense is going to look like next year. Because even though Patullo's not the problem. They've gone through a ton of OCs, and they've had some that have been good. They've had some that have been really, really bad. And they just continue to hold on to Sirianni too. Like, I don't know. I think the Eagles' problems are a lot deeper than just whoever's calling the plays. Like, you feel like half the offense is there just hates being there. And AJ Brown, like, hates his life. And a lot of it is generally centered around, it's generally centered around Nick Sirianni. Like, Jalen Hurts hates Sirianni. So, I don't know, man. All right, we got Cards Fan 08 here. The Real King is his team name. I'm having troubles moving the 109 and the 110. It seems that everyone is on to this draft not being very strong, especially with the late first. That is highly, highly, highly unfortunate. Trades can be hard to complete in this league. Most teams overvalue their players. I also won the championship last year, looking to improve it again. And again, guys, if you're wondering when our Real Money Startup Draft is going to be, it's going to be in 12 minutes, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 minutes away here. So, looking at this team, we've got the Real King, 10 team, super flex, start 9, PPR. You are 4th in production rank at 10.4%. And 1st in value share at 16.5%. In a 10 team where, and again, in a very even league, you would expect every team to have 10% value share. 100% divided by 10, that's 16.5%. So that is 65% more than what you would expect the average team to have in terms of value share. So that's very, very good. Just based off of that, I'm going to label you as an enhanced value, well-rounded team. 2-year outlook, contend. And at quarterback, we got Drake May and Bo Nix. It's going to be an 8 in a Superflex, even a 10 team. Bijan, Scadaboo, Walker, Monty will be a 7. JSN, London, Tet, Romodunze is going to be an 8. And then Tyler Warren and Colson Loveland and Kyle Pitts is actually going to get you up to a 9, even in a 10 team. Colson Loveland has really boosted his stock quite a bit over the last quarter of this season. Had a really, really nice playoff game as well. He's really coming into his own. We knew it'd take a little bit of time for Loveland, and he's really come on at the end of this season. So that's really promising, really exciting. And hot take, I prefer Colson Loveland over Tyler Warren at price. By far, it's not even close. So that's kind of my opinion. And that's coming from a Colts fan. I love Tyler Warren. But obviously those guys were drafted back-to-back, both very athletically talented. I like Loveland's situation a lot more than I like Tyler Warren's long-term, just being honest. Avery 2.0 agrees as well. Draft capital grade here is going to be a 7. And your bench, I'll give you a good bench score. You're going to get like a 5 at bench. Very good. Overall grade here is going to be an 8.2. So looking at moves that we can make here, I mean, right now it looks like you're flexing. You only have one flex spot here. It's at McMillan because this is a start 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 team start 8. Remember, upside is absolutely everything in this format. So don't, if you ever do down tier, don't down tier too far. But for this team, an enhanced value team, like we're going to have you up tier most likely. I'm going to have you I'm going to give you multiple up tier ideas here. Drake May, Bo Nix, I'm cool with holding. Running back, Cam Scadaboo's your running back 2. I would like Cam Scadaboo to be your running back 3 where you can plug him into your flex. We can take Tyler Warren and Romo Dunze and we can up tier there at the running back or wide receiver position, really. And get an elite running back or an elite wide receiver. Second move is you could just move Romo Dunze straight up for a running back because he's the 4th wide receiver on your bench. Get a better running back 3 because I like some of the running backs at price around Rome's value range. So that's more of a pivot option for you. A big up tier that I think would actually be beneficial for your team if you decided to make this move was if you took Rome Odunze and Drake London and you got the best wide receiver in Dynasty Fantasy Football to pair with JSN. Or you get the best running back in fantasy football. Second best running back in fantasy football to pair with Bijan Robinson. Or in Dynasty, I mean, like a Jahmyr Gibbs. So Chase, like, I mean, you should be getting the best. Jamar Chase, Gibbs, Puka. If you're going to pivot from Rome and go with like a little bit of a cheaper move, Breece Hall is a good pick down there. Judkin's going to be a good shot. Saquon, also not a bad play. James Cook, also going to be a guy down there as well that we really like. Tyler Warren and Rome Odunze, if we were kind of up tier in that range, we would likely be looking at like an Omarion Hampton. Kind of that Omarion Hampton, Drake London type of price range. Devon Achane, I would try for. And Jefferson, I would try for. See if people are downers on Jefferson in a 10-team league. That's very possible. So again, with an enhanced value team, you have the value to make multiple up tiers here. The only way that you're going to get better is by raising your upside opportunity, especially in a 10-team start 8. But remember that you don't have to up tier to a guy that is like you don't have to up tier to a guy who is you expect to score like 1 million points, but he doesn't have any value upside, say like CMC. Like I would like this team actually. By the way, Rome Odunze in that value range of like CMC. If you want to get CMC, go for it. But point being, we're not playing for production in January. So if you get value wins right now, take the value wins and then turn that value into elite production later in the season to a point where, hey, maybe you could end up with JSN and Puka and Bijan and CMC on your team, and then you're winning your league with Drake May as well. But heck, like take Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland and go get Trey McBride. Because you can. You have the best team in the league. You have the value to comfortably take on some productive assets. Like some productive vets. But again, overall, man, I think that you're in really, really good shape here to dominate, not to mention your 2026 picks. Like, feel free to use your 26 picks to get like the best, like to get the best player that you possibly can. You know, you can use Tyler Warren and a couple of firsts to go get Trey McBride in a 10-team start 8. I'm totally cool with that. Any injured cornerstones, perceived underperformance at a discount, like Justin Jefferson. Again, try to get those guys at a discount and then make people pay, you know, later on, and laugh at them for giving you Justin Jefferson for a really, really cheap price, cheaper than normal. Really, really like this team. You've done a great job building this team. Do you have any questions on this, man? Is it Marcus in the comment? No, I missed it. Can you pull it up? Would you do Loveland and London for Jefferson? No, that's not enough. Or sorry. No, I would not do Loveland and London for Jefferson because London is already so close to Jefferson in terms of market value right now. I would do London and Walker for Jefferson. Would you try that for Puka? I would definitely try that for Puka. I would do London and Loveland for Puka Nacua, no problem. I would definitely do that. Yep, good question. We're going to get this blueprint to you in the next 24 hours, Marcus. And if you have any questions or follow-ups in the meantime, feel free to send us a DM on Discord. Submit trade questions on the site. We're happy to do that for you as well. You can send them a couple free trade questions. We got a trade question from Jeb217 as well. Yeah, no problem, man. This is Luther Burden for the 109. Give me Burden. I have no interest in the 109. Is this a 1 QB as well? No, Superflex, 12 team start, 11 Dynasty. Give me Burden. I'd rather have the potential upside in Luther Burden than the guy that's probably going to be available at the 109, which is not pretty. Not pretty at all. We are 3 minutes away from our real money live startup draft that I'm going to be breaking down with you guys tonight. And again, Avery will be on the stream later. He's out of town right now. He'll be calling in. So you'll see him and everything. But we're doing it through the Zoomification. MCB said, might have missed it, but did they ever complete any trades from the other night for their joint team? We did not, because people refused to trade with us in that league. Just kidding. Honestly, like of the 15 trades that we sent out, people were just like, I don't even think half the people have even seen the trades. Like they haven't even been on Sleeper to look at them, which is really frustrating for a $250 a year league. Like, be active in that league, please. That's just my opinion. How much fab should I put into Jake Tonjes? In a Dynasty league, I mean, if you're in a normal format Dynasty league, as long as you're not in like an 8-team start 6, I mean, you should be putting all of your fab into Jake Tonjes. Literally all of it. He's going to be the starting tight end for San Fran next year for probably a majority of the season. I've got Kittle projected to miss probably 10 games. We have like projected games missed for a lot of the guys that got injured towards the end of the season. And Kittle was one of those guys in terms of like their 3 factors grade. Kittle's probably going to miss like 8 to 10 games at least. And what's he going to look like coming fresh off an Achilles at his age? I really don't know. But that's just another brutal injury, man. I heard Nico got injured yesterday. Was it like a serious injury or was it just a concussion? I looked it up on Twitter and I just saw like potential concussion, but I heard like carted off the field. And I thought that sounded pretty crappy. So is he good? Just a concussion, like it's not a big deal. But you know what I mean. Nate, speaking of injuries, when do you think Mahomes starts next season? I think he's I think it's too early to tell. If he can stand on 2 legs and he can kind of move, he'll play week 1. It's Patrick Mahomes. He won't allow himself to not be on the field if he is able to move. And the nice thing is, again, the last time that we saw a serious ACL tear for a quarterback was Joe Burrow, and his tear happened in the middle / last third of the season of his rookie year, and he came back and he played. ACL tears for quarterbacks are a lot less significant of like a long-term concern than any other position in the NFL because they just don't move as much. Like they don't need to. And for like cutting and all that, I don't know. They're not route runners. They're not Lamar Jackson. Like if Lamar Jackson tore his ACL, I'd be a lot more worried, honestly, than I would be with Patrick Mahomes because Lamar Jackson's production is in his rushing ability. For Mahomes, it's not necessarily. Got Tonjes for $25 fab when Kittle was injured earlier this season and held on to him because I had the roster space. Nice. Good for you. Waffles said he'll miss next week. Everybody's saying concussion for Nico. Okay, cool. That's what I saw. That's what I thought it was. But I never saw like an actual replay or anything. Who's JD5 throwing the ball to in 2026? I mean, Terry. They just paid him a massive extension. Washington is one of those teams that's going to have an early pick that I definitely envision them like drafting a wide receiver potentially. Because I will say for as weak as this class is depth-wise in 2026, that is the case almost across the board for like the NFL. This class is very, very poor at the top defensively. Very poor. Like there are a lot of shortcomings with this class. So I think all options are on the table for a team like Washington. Like, yeah, maybe they have needs elsewhere too, and they ideally in a normal class wouldn't want to draft a skill position guy when they just paid Terry $30 million. But if Jordan Tyson is there on their laps or Carnell Tate is, then they're going to take him. Mahomes is enough of a hard worker and psychopath to be ready to play in the preseason. I mean, I'm with you there, dude. If anybody's going to be able to, and I wouldn't even say like overcome the odds. Like what are the odds that he recovers in a 9-month span when ACLs are usually a 9 to 12 month recovery timetable for a quarterback, especially. It's not like it's a elite route runner wide receiver that has to cut on a dime every time he runs a route. Like I'm just telling you guys, if I were a betting man, I'm not going to act like a doctor expert with ACLs. I'm just telling you, if I were a betting man, I would bet a lot on Mahomes starting week 1. A lot. I think he's going to be ready to go. They're drafting defensive, might get Ayuk or Alec Pierce. Yeah, Ayuk I could see with his connection with Jaden Daniels. It's very possible. That's a fair point as well. They'd probably get him for a pretty fair price. Alec Pierce, I'm just telling you, knowing Chris Ballard, I don't remember the last time they drafted someone who played well that they didn't pay. I think they got a lot of bad press for the JT stuff. And that, for whatever reason, made people think, like, for all of Ballard's faults, and Ballard pays his players to a fault. Like, this is not me commending Chris Ballard. I'm just saying this is what he does to a fault. He will pay every single one of his players. And for whatever reason, they got a ton of bad press for the JT stuff, and everyone was like, oh, they never pay their players. What a poverty franchise. I'm like, where have you been for the last decade? They've paid every single player that's come through their franchise who's done anything remotely competent. And it's kind of maddening sometimes. Like, just let some guys go. Now, that said, with Alec Pierce, I would actually prefer they pay Alec Pierce. And as much as I like Michael Pittman, I think Michael Pittman is more replaceable than what Alec Pierce has turned out to be for the Colts in this new offense, with a competent passer. And I love Michael Pittman. I have a Michael Pittman jersey. I'm just saying, if they were to move on from somebody, and I don't even think it's a guarantee that they move on from either of them, it would probably be Pittman before it was Pierce because of the skill sets. I think they would much rather lose Pittman before they did Pierce. Pierce's versatility has really been a big surprise, and he's a lot more versatile than what he used to get credit for, or what he used to just do exclusively, which was be a deep threat. He can work the shorts intermediate. Alec Pierce to the Patriots seems like a match made in heaven. If Alec Pierce went to the Patriots, I would freaking drool at that landing spot. That would be incredible. He would ball out in New England. So anything super crazy here in the first round? Not really. May and Allen going here. There is looking to be a major tier gap. I will say I'm going to have to start rethinking like where my tiers are at the top at the quarterback position, because I've had Allen, May, and Lamar all in the same tier pretty much in Dynasty. And based off of what market's saying about May and Allen being a step above the rest of the field at the quarterback position, I can't necessarily argue with. I cannot argue with it. I think it's fair. That being said, I don't think that means that Lamar isn't a really good investment right now. I think Lamar is a really good investment right now. Lamar has been ultra productive for a long time. Had a bad season where he was mangled for most of the year. John Harbaugh gets fired. There are a lot of problems beyond Lamar just not playing that great. But again, before he went down with the injury, 29, 26, and 27 points. Same old Lamar. The year before that, QB1. Year before that, QB4 in 16 games. But you're right. I mean, you're always going to have injury risk with Lamar. Kind of baked into his value at this point, so that's why you're going to see a little bit of a teardrop. Allen doesn't miss time. May, we haven't seen a big enough sample size to see if he does or does not miss time. I don't know, man. The more I talk about it again, the more I'm like, I don't know. I mean, do I really see that much of a difference between Allen and May and Lamar? I guess not really. Allen's the most consistent by far, though, and he has been. I think if anything, you probably want to make the argument that Allen's in a tier of his own. I understand the Drake May hype. I think Drake May looks great. And I don't want to take away from him being the QB2 this year in fantasy and a really bad year for QBs, but like there were a number of games this year where you were like, ugh. Like it wasn't awful. It was just like, dang, you could have gotten that from a waiver level QB in a fantasy league type of thing. Now he had some really good games, but actually, I mean, believe it or not, Drake May surpassed 30 points once this year. 32 points in week 17 against the Jets. He never scored 30 points all season until week 17. So when you're talking about upside, Josh Allen did it like 5 times. 1, 2. Okay, he actually only did it 3 times this year. Josh Allen was super inconsistent this year as well. This is why we're so low on these quarterbacks, but he did it like 4 or 5 times a year before, and he usually does that. Again, I'm not trying to be a downer on Drake May. I'm just saying, like, when I really production-wise don't see that much of a difference between all these guys up top, it just begs the question, like, where would I end up preferring to draft? Probably the tail end here. Get better players on the turn. Get the reversal in the 3rd round. We just don't see any difference between who's going at the 101 and who's going at the 108. Like, almost no difference. How many times did Allen do it in his 2nd year? I don't know. Let me look. Was the 2nd year 2018? No, 2nd year was 2019. Dude, I forgot he missed time his rookie year. He missed like 4 games his rookie year. That's crazy to think about. Remember how awful he was that year? Crazy times. 2019, his 2nd year. Once. Yep, he did it once. And he was a QB8 that year. So he didn't really like get elite until the COVID year. Okay, let's look at the turn here. Neighbors 110, Burrow Daniels, Amon-Ra, Jefferson, Achane, Bowers. There goes the 101 at the 2-5. Checks out. Expect the 101 to be consistently mid-2nd round. Might sneak into the early 2nd when it's all said and done. Nico at the 2-7 is rich for me, man. That is, holy cow, that's rich. Did he seriously just auto on a... Did Passajubi just auto on a real money league? That is rough. Nico Collins this year, the wide receiver 8, missed 2 games. 14, 22. So from week 9 on, 14, 22, 24, 8, 21, 16, 23, 9, 8. Target volume all over the place. Very boom bust, but man, his good games are really good games. I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm not about to talk about Nico Collins. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm just saying that's an overdraft. I think he autoed. CJ Stroud is starting to look like low-key bad. Not starting to. He has not looked great at all since his rookie season, and he hasn't gotten any better. Like he looks worse than he's ever looked this year. He looked straight up bad yesterday. When Davis Mills comes in and goes undefeated when CJ Stroud is injured and looks just as competent, like, I feel like that's kind of a problem. And I can say whatever I want to say because I'm streaming by myself today. So Avery's like a huge Stroud fan. I know he's not in Dynasty, but he's still a Stroud fan, like the player. So I feel like he would take offense from me saying that. But Stroud is straight up looked like crap. And you can blame the offensive line, which is totally fine. There are a lot of bad offensive lines in the league. And a lot of quarterbacks transcend. But I mean, if Houston wants to be like serious, like legit, because I don't think anybody actually thinks that Houston is going to go far in the playoffs this year without an offense, like a consistent offense. They couldn't score. They literally more than half their points were scored by their defense yesterday. You could attribute actually most of their points yesterday to their defense because of all the turnovers that they forced. Their offense looks anemic. Thanks, Jose. I appreciate it, man. Hopefully I can like draft well and make good trades. First year, drafted really well, made like the worst trade in the history of fantasy football. Second year, had probably the worst draft in the history of fantasy football and made some really good trades that saved me from Denny's. Actually, like every single trade that I made, I won. Pretty much. I traded away Marv for Worthy, and that ended up being a sucky trade on both sides. So that was neutral. But I ended up flipping Worthy in another deal like a week or two later for Jameson Williams. Essentially. And that worked out. Like a lot. That really worked out. Between getting JMO, Wandell for Tyjae Spears, and Puka Nacua for Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, like, muy bien. You like how I'm talking myself up as a toilet bowl member of the Flock League? It's me basically just coping that I have to suck in the Flock League 2 years in a row. If we were to do like power rankings after 2 years in the Flock League, I'm definitely in like the second to last tier. No, I'm in the last tier. I would be down there with Danny, Bush. It would be Danny, Bush, and me in the bottom tier. Badaki has gotten out in the first round of the toilet bowl both years. So he's like in the tier just above us, even though he's never made the playoffs. But Bush and I were in the toilet bowl last year. Danny was in the toilet bowl this year. And both of us either year in the other years were all safe after like the second round of the toilet bowl. So if you're doing it based off of that, I am one of the 3 worst creators in the Flock League. How's that to boost your self-esteem? Most watched fantasy content in the world, and I make a fool of myself 2 years in a row. I got some work to do. Jalen Hurts at the 3.9. Man, I mean, we're low on Jalen Hurts. 3.9 is a freaking bargain, dude. Jalen Hurts isn't that bad. I mean, for fantasy football purposes, and they don't really have any answer. Like, Jalen Hurts, okay, talk about awful quarterback play. Jalen Hurts is one of the most painful quarterbacks to watch in the NFL. On a competent offense. Like, not talking bridge starter level, like talking actual starting quarterback. Jalen Hurts is like my least favorite quarterback to watch. Like, it's rough. But QB 8 again this year. Last 5 years, QB 9, QB 3, QB 2, QB 8, QB 8. Better than that in points per game. I guess what really is the difference between that and like something that Bo Nix does? Because Bo Nix, his first 2 seasons, he has been the QB7 and the QB7. He has outproduced Jalen Hurts both years. How's that for good stuff? JT at the 2-3 turn is a price that Avery and I are definitely going to be out on. That's right around where Saquon was going last year. It's just not something that makes me feel really good about value installation long term. Much rather would take a Saquon or a CMC later in the 4th to 6th round. Rasheed falling to the 3-1. Okay. Interesting to see him go there with all the legal stuff, allegedly. Mahomes, Caleb, Herbert, Hurts, Dart. I like every QB that went in the 3rd here. Every single one. With the exception of maybe Herbert. I'm sure Avery's going to drink the Kool-Aid with Herbert again now that Greg Roman is out of that offense. But let's be honest, Herbert has never done it with any OC that he's ever played with. That being said, he's very insulated because he is Justin Herbert. Gets a lot of benefit of the doubt because of that. 102 goes a full round plus a little more after the 101. So that's interesting. Pickens at the 311 I like. Henderson at the 312 I like. Let me see if there are any guys here in this range that have not gone where I'm like, holy crap, why have they not gone? Yeah. Check. Bowers and McBride going pretty close together. I mean, so far, nothing super out of the ordinary here. Maybe a little high. That's pretty high for Marv. That's pretty high for Marv. Not going to lie. And a lot of these receivers falling. Or a lot of these QBs falling. If these QBs are going to be available in the 3rd round, I don't think anybody should take a quarterback in the 1st. I think you should go wide receiver, running back in the 1st and 2nd round, and then take your QBs in the 3rd and 4th. If these types of guys are going to be available here. H-Shan went at the 2-3. Okay. Really, the biggest reach in this draft so far has been Nico. Nico at the 2-7 is way too high. Couple guys that I'm eyeing here that haven't gone yet. Mainly one specifically. I'll be interested to see where he ends up going. Olave consistently in domain leagues going in the 3rd, which definitely deviates from what I'm seeing in a lot of other markets. Domain people love Olave, which I think is very fair. We Olave love him as well. Brock Purdy at the 4-2. Cool. Big fans of the Brocketh. Yeah, there's one guy that whoever ends up getting him in the 4th here is going to get a bargain. 103 goes. Yeah. There are like 3 picks here that I really, really like. And then we are going to see our big tier drop off. See, this is the one benefit of being, a lot of people love talking about 3rd round reversal. People at the beginning of the 3rd, tail end of the 1st, early 2nd, beginning of the 3rd get such an advantage. This is where the advantage comes for the people that are drafting the early 1st that I feel like we never saw last year, where they were just getting every single tier drop off. They're getting all the guys before the tier drop off in the middle of the 4th. There are 3 guys left before there's a big tier drop. And they all were able to get them. So Rice still this high with the allegations. Yeah, I was surprised to see that as well. Which team is Nathan's? I'm not drafting in this league. This is our domain community, though, so all of these guys are domain members over on the site. They're a part of the Discord community as well. and we have they're part of the Domain League Network. So we have certified Domain League Network commissioners who help run these leagues. So they're all very, very good, very well-run leagues. They all operate under the standard domain set of Dynasty League rules, and then they just vote on any changes that they want to make, which happens a decent amount of times because it's not like our rules are or gospel. They're just there to help people like establish rules if they don't want to establish them themselves. Yeah, there goes Bo. Bo Nix is one of those guys that I really like at price here, 4.5. It's a good deal. There goes BCJ at the 4.4. Lawrence at the 4.6. These two guys that I'm thinking of continue to fall. Somebody's going to get a really, really good price for this guy. I'm very jelly. Very, very jelly. Can you click on Chubby Beal and see what trade he made? Scott. It's frozen. Oh, yeah. Go ahead and just refresh the page. Oh, no. No, don't crash out on us, Wirecast. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to us. A lot of people asking how we get in these leagues. So if you, to regret 629, if you follow the link that I'm about to drop in the chat here, there's an option in that bit.ly to sign up for the annual Mother Flocker tier using code domain. When you sign up for the annual Mother Flocker tier at flockfantasy.com/domain, you get to join the Domain League Network. We will get you in one of these community leagues. You will also, if you sign up on stream, get a free team review voucher, and we'll do that blueprint for you on stream live tonight. Become an annual Mother Flocker. You unlock the Domain League Network, and we will get you into a live league. Make sure you use code domain when you do that. But that is how you get into one of these leagues. Again, I'm just telling you, of all the leagues that I've been in, Avery and I have been in a ton of leagues, random sleeper leagues where it's just people hopping into leagues, home leagues, people that we know. I'm just telling you, the domain community leagues by far, these leagues that we have with our community members are by far the most competitive, the best leagues that we've ever been in. They're the best. Well, they're the best run. And that's not us saying that Avery and I run them really well. Like, we have certified domain members that are a part of the community that run these leagues. It's not just Avery and I. And they, again, like, if you're looking for highly active leagues where people actually trade, like, get into one of these leagues. That's one of the biggest complaints that people have when we do team reviews is they're like, yeah, well, I would love to get that player, but that guy never trades, or he's, never active. I'm like, okay, then get in an active league. Like, there's only so much that we can do to help you get your team to be better when you're playing with a bunch of guys that just are only half involved at best. James Cook, best pick in the draft so far, goes there at the 410. There's still a guy that has not gone off the board yet, but James Cook was the number one guy that I was eyeing. James Cook, you could have taken in the mid-third, and I would have been cool with it. Yeah, thank you. Chubby Beal. So he traded back. He traded back 2 rounds, and he got an 8th round. He got traded back 2 rounds and got an 8th round pick on top. Did he get draft capital involved in that pick as well? I wonder if he got draft capital involved in that trade. James Cook, best pick in the draft. Straight up. I mean, did you guys look at what James Cook did this year? What he's been doing the last couple of years? We haven't even been big James Cook truthers whatsoever. But he's straight up, he's just gotten better every single year. The development of James Cook has been, in my opinion, very unprecedented. You generally don't see that type of like extended development for a running back specifically. And he's gotten better every single year. Like, I feel like he's more explosive, has way better vision, is even more of a receiving threat than he's ever been. Like, it's pretty wild to me what he's been able to do. Judkins, the other best pick. Quinshawn going at the 412. I really like that pick as well. So we got the 101, the 102, the 103, 104 goes at the 411. A lot of good picks here in the fourth, guys. But Bo Nix, James Cook, and Quinshawn are going to be the best picks in that round by far. And again, guys, line is relatively short right now for live team blueprints. If you want to get this guy right here done live on stream, we are happy to do that for you. Just follow that bit.ly, select live team blueprint in the drop down at checkout on the Flock sites. Submit your team. We do manual teams if you guys are not. We do non-sleeper teams. If you guys are not in a sleeper league, we do MLF, we do Yahoo, we do ESPN, etc. But if you want to get that team blueprint, where we give you a ton of trade suggestions, give you your value archetype, your roster archetype, value share, production share, all the in-depth analysis that you need for your team, we can do that for you tonight on the stream. And the line is not as long as it usually is, so I would highly recommend taking advantage now before the line picks up. JLE said, are the Dynasty leagues only for money? Yeah, I'm pretty sure every single one of them has a buy-in. Again, that's up to the community members that are in the leagues, but I don't know if all of these are real money leagues, the ones that we stream at least. They're usually they're very affordable buy-ins, like $20 a year, $25 a year. Trophy said, why Quinshawn? Isn't his injury really bad? So that is a good question. That is actually a little bit of a misconception based off of how bad the injury looked on screen. If you look up Quinshawn Judkins and his injury status, he got really lucky, really lucky that it wasn't really bad. In terms of a really long recovery timetable. As far as injuries go, if an injury could be best case scenario, that was the Quinshawn injury and that was the Scadaboo injury. Basically, what people are going to pick up on pretty soon is that Quinshawn and Scadaboo are going to be ready to go next season. Scadaboo will for sure be ready basically by training camp a full go, and Quinshawn will likely be ready to go because none of them had any serious ligament damage. So, all that to say, both of them are trending to get the usage that you saw them getting pre-injury this season in 2026. Is Judkins' injury like Pacheco's 2 years ago? No, I would say they're all... every injury is different. I wouldn't really compare it to Pacheco's necessarily. I mean, I think he may have broken his fibula, but the difference is Pacheco came back from that in the middle of the season, and he was not the same because he was already rushing his timetable. Judkins has 9 months. Pacheco came back in 6 weeks. I would compare it to Pollard type injury. If you remember, Pollard had a pretty ugly ankle injury where I think he broke his fibula as well at the very end of the season on his really, really good year. And then he came back the next year and played all season. And he wasn't as good, but it wasn't because of the injury. He wasn't as good because he was a serious regression candidate because he was never that good. But in terms of availability, he was back and ready to go, no problem. big running back run here. Quinshawn, Brees, Saquon, Bucky, and Chase Brown. Bucky is a good pick in the 5th. Bucky's a very good pick in the 5th. I'm just telling you. Another guy that we haven't been super pro Bucky for really since he came onto the scene, and that's just a really good price for him in the 5th. Traded the 101 for Dart, the 107, 28 first, 27 second. Did I fleece? I also traded QJ plus 206 for 28 first. The 28 first are so far out, I can only tell you so much, honestly. Like, QJ and the 206 for a 28 first, like, I honestly think that's kind of a wash. Like, I'm sure you'll feel good about having the 28 first in 3 years. Or 2 years, but like, what will QJ do until then? I really don't know. The 101 for Dart, 107, 28 first, 27 second. I think it's a fair deal. I would have liked that 107 to be earlier. I mean, you just saw the 101 going at the 205, Dart going at the 310. You got the 107 to move down. I would call it a fair deal. But again, honestly, the 28 first just don't they don't really factor that much for me right now. I thought y'all were pretty pro buying Bucky for contenders when he was coming back from his injury. Yes, we were, and we didn't anticipate that Sean Tucker was going to freaking get a ton of goal line carries ahead of Bucky Irving. Like, for contenders, we were very pro buying Bucky, and for even reloaders in the middle of the season, we're like, buy Bucky so you can sell him to contenders when he's back healthy. And we did not expect Rachaad White and Sean Tucker to continue to get the red zone work that they were getting once Bucky was back healthy. So, I mean, I guess that was on us, like, our bad. We did not anticipate that at all. Dude, did someone just auto again? Did Cars 1990 auto CJ Stroud? Oh my gosh, people. This is a real money league and you're autoing your picks? People. Mr. E is really working. You click on Mr. E, see what picks he has. Jeez. He's been trading like crazy. He's got the 6-12, the 9-1, the 12-12. Does not have a 5th round pick. Does not have. So he gave up his 5th to move up into the 4th. Gave up his 6th and 8th and 10th and 13th and moved back multiple times to, I think, move up somewhere else. I'm confused what the other deal was. These trades throw me off in the middle of startups. Mr. E has a draft day movie in the background. I want all my picks back. I know I'm probably going to make enemies here, but Draft Day is pretty much just a feel-good movie, and that's about it, and the acting is pretty awful. I'm not even like anti-Kevin Costner or anti-Jennifer Garner, but Jennifer Garner actually kind of sucks in that film. Like, she's kind of ultra cringe. There's actually a lot of things that are ultra cringe in there too. Like the actual, like, what he does as a GM and what other GMs, like, I don't know, they just make them all look like total clowns. Like, that's just not how it works. I don't know. Like, if you're going to make a good sports movie, like, make it realistic or make it based off of something actually true. Like, make a Hoosiers or make a freaking movie about Kurt Signetti. taking a nothing burger football team to the freaking national championship. Like, don't make up some fictional story about this dude trading away 3 firsts to move up and then trading back and getting those firsts back. Like, what are we talking about? I'm sorry, I made enemies. My bad. Vincent said, are y'all going to the NFL draft in Pittsburgh? We will not be going to the NFL draft in Pittsburgh because it'll probably be super cold. But we got some plans. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, guys. Josh Dobbs said draft day sucks. Yeah, I agree with you, Josh Dobbs. Okay, what the heck is this Drake May thing? Like, it's starting to tick me off. Like, every time I see it, what is that supposed to imply? That like Drake May is one of one? Like Drake May is his nickname May? Just call him freaking Drake May. If you don't have a nickname for him, just call him Drake May. Like, quit acting cool by his nickname being his name. Like, what is that supposed to accomplish? Just type out his name and just say Drake May. So no, it's not his nickname. His name is Drake May, and his name is Drake May. Like, we can all acknowledge that he's good and not be annoying about it. That's my take on it. That's my take. Yeah, he said it himself. JJ McCarthy also calls himself 9. I'll take Drake May over 9. McCarthy is actually cringe. Yeah, I get massively triggered by stupid stuff. So, and I label the Drake May thing as very stupid. Like, just call him Drake May, please. Like, what a waste of like typing energy. Seriously. Like, there's no, it's not like, it's not like you're typing in Megatron. Which, respect if you type in Calvin Johnson, but like, when you put in Megatron, like, there's a fear factor that you feel when you hear Megatron. And then you like, it starts flashing through your head again, and you're like, oh man, Megatron. You just say Drake May. It is just Drake May. Like, we can be okay with Drake May. We can be okay with Tom Brady. We can be okay with Peyton Manning. Be okay with Patrick Mahomes. Be okay with Josh Allen. Aaron Rodgers. Actually, technically, Manning was the sheriff, but I don't really remember a lot of people calling him the sheriff consistently. Like, he was Manning, you know. Yeah, the bus. Yeah. Like, if you're gonna make a nickname, like, make it good. Don't make it stupid and redundant. Like, what the heck? Yeah, Alex, I would literally jump out a 5-story window if someone called me Nathan Schmidt. Are you kidding me? What's a better nickname than Drake May? He doesn't have to have a nickname. Sun God, there you go. That's a cool one. Just don't force a nickname. And don't call yourself 9 when you suck. So the actual background story is a reporter asked him what his nickname was, and he said, I don't know, Drake May, and a meme was born. Okay, that's actually that's kind of funny. But the fact that people have taken it on, and here's the thing, it really is only people that own Drake May and Dynasty that say that type that out, and it's only Patriots fans. And especially Patriots fans, I'm like, quit being obnoxious. Like, be happy that you have Drake May. Be happy that you got lucky enough to get another franchise quarterback after you won 6 Super Bowls with Tom Brady. Don't be obnoxious with a nickname that isn't there. Like, just stop. No, nobody else is walking around saying Drake May. Gosh. Nate 2026 champion Schmidt. That's foreshadowing right there. Or maybe just a really bad bet, depending on how you view it. Yeah, I know, Waffle. I know. Anthony said, let's start calling him Drake, May. If you couldn't tell, I have like no patience for nonsense. That's why I'm really happy with the status of the Colts organization right now. That's also why like I am in love with Kurt Signetti, because he's like the definition of no nonsense. I just dig that personality. Somebody who has demands total accountability. No funny business. Smiles only when necessary, to a point where it's comical. Like, come on, what else could you ask for? Yeah, like, yeah, Falky, DM would be a great nickname. Just call Drake May DM. Like, you just got DM'd. Like that. Like, I like that. I don't know. It's just, that's an actual nickname. Yes. ARR is off the table 100%. And if someone had ever presented that as on the table, I would have chucked it off the table and thrown it in the trash and taken it directly to the dump and made sure that it got burnt to ash for like immediately. Like, that's just obnoxious. Best NFL nicknames in your opinion? I honestly don't know if you could. I don't know if you could beat the refrigerator. Refrigerator is S tier. Megatron is also S tier. There are just some where like fear is immediately injected into your soul when you hear that nickname, and the fridge and Megatron are like the two. I love Devonta Smith's college nickname. Really, it hasn't really carried over to the NFL for whatever reason, but the Slim Reaper was pretty sick. That one's not like legendary though, because you know, like a large percentage of the nickname is tied to the goatedness of the player. Yeah, Megatron. Revis Island was sick. Primetime is also up there. Primetime S tier. Prime. I like just Prime. even like even titles, like not just nicknames for players, but like the Legion of Boom, just like things that go down in history as like just legendary stuff. The Legion of Boom, Steel Curtain, Purple People Eaters, Night Train Lane, like that one was pretty sick. You remember Night Train Lane back from the hey David got it, let's go. Yeah. Night Train Lane, I remember when I was a kid, I was a big like football history guy. I'd always read up on stuff, and I always thought that Night Train Lane was like sick. Like you could just, I don't know, as a kid, it's like, you know, I was not, you know, I was not even close to being born when he was playing, and had never seen him play or anything like that, but I heard his nickname and I knew exactly what type of player he was immediately. Travis Hunter at the 6'9" is nice. It's real nice. AJ Brown in the 6 I like as well. CMC in the late 5th, totally cool with. Jacobs continues to fall. Kyron continues to fall. Tyler Warren goes in the 5th. He goes around after Colson Love, and I think the value flip is starting to happen, folks. And I'm here for it. Beast Mode was an awesome nickname. Money Manziel for college, yeah. Definitely not for the NFL. Yeah, the Sheriff, Gunslinger. Those guys were... Favre and Manning were so unique. Like, yeah, they had those nicknames, but you didn't... I don't know. Those nicknames weren't like Megatron and Beast Mode and Prime, you know? If you know what I mean. Like, especially when they were referred to... Like whenever you referred to those types of players, you know, it was Favre and it was Manning. Like, their names were enough to make them legends. And I'm not saying that Calvin Johnson's name wasn't enough and Deion Sanders' name wasn't enough, but like part of their brand was their nickname. And Manning and Favre's brand was not their nicknames necessarily. They'll stick and they'll go down as history as like their nicknames, but it's not like Prime, you know. So that's why I wouldn't put those in like S tier. Imagine being so good at your job that people just call you Sauce. Yeah. Though his best football has not been the last year and a half. That's for sure. He needs to get healthy, get right, and get good. Travarius Ward needs to stop getting concussions too. Seventh round gets real ugly. Scatterboo going back-to-back with Charbonnet and Harvey and Javonte makes me sick. Not because of Scatterboo, but because of the other guys there. Like, I would be sick if I was ending up with Charbonnet, Harvey, and Javonte after seeing Scatterboo go. Like, holy teardrop off. Ballner says there should be concern that Hunter becomes more corner heavy IMO. So this is something that Avery's been talking about too. I'm just telling you guys, like I totally disagree. Like, and I could be wrong about this, but in what world was it demonstrated to us this season that Travis Hunter was trending towards being a majority corner? He wasn't even a starting corner. And he started balling right before he went down with that injury. He had his coming out party and looked really good as a receiver. Like, why would they turn away from that? I know they just signed Myers and I know Parker Washington is doing well. I'm just saying they didn't just pay 2 first-round picks to trade up for Travis Hunter to let Parker Washington take over his job. Just because Parker Washington played well at the end of the season doesn't mean they want it to be that way for the rest of eternity. I'm just telling you, they're not moving Travis Hunter to exclusive corner or majority corner after what he did right before his injury last season. And that's assuming that he can play at corner as well as he could play at wide receiver. If we're going to have this debate all over again, I'm totally fine having the debate. Because again, no one really knows, including myself. I don't really know. But if the real question for Travis Hunter is him playing full-time corner or not, and that's why he's going at the 6'9", I'll take him at that price all freaking day, because he's going to be 70+% wide receiver. Yeah, as crazy as this offseason, it's not even the offseason yet. As crazy as this season's already been with the coach firings and the moves and stuff like that, I would not be shocked if BTJ ends up getting moved. Okay. These running back runs are crazy, man. Wow. Scatterboo in the 7th, I absolutely love. That's another one of the best picks in the draft. I value Chase Brown and Scatterboo almost equivalently, and they went 2 rounds apart in this draft. Unless they move their best athlete to play cornerback, which is a much bigger need. I mean, I will continue to say this. You don't move up and pay 2 first-round picks for a corner 2nd overall. For an exclusive corner 2nd overall. I mean, this is all great with the corner stuff, guys, but I'm just telling you, what was the one thing that we did not see last year from Travis Hunter? What was the one thing we didn't see before his injury? We did not see consistent cornerback play or really good cornerback play. He was a backup corner. For as much as the need is for cornerback in Jacksonville, how much did they need corner to a point where they actually utilize Travis Hunter? I mean, it begs the question: is he good enough to be a full-time corner at the NFL level? That was the one thing that that was the one thing we didn't see, and we're betting on seeing the one thing that we didn't see, because we saw the high ends and we saw the wows as a receiver. We did not as a corner, not consistently. No one is saying he won't play offense, but he'll be a cornerback first. And again, when did we see that he was a cornerback first? And when did we see that that was like the move? And I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm just saying, like, at this point, I feel like it's I cannot imagine them. I literally can't imagine them doing it. I just can't. Again, if Travis Hunter were going in the 2nd round and we were having this conversation, I'd be like, yeah, there's enough question that I would not take Travis Hunter in the 2nd round. But he's going at the 6'9". Why would you not take a shot on Travis Hunter in the late 6th round? Yeah, I agree, EMT. Like this, again, this is more preference, or this is more like personal opinion based on like film analysis and stuff. But Hunter's more of a gambler as a corner. And that doesn't necessarily, I mean, that doesn't really pay off at the NFL level. Like there are a lot of aspects of his game as a corner that he really needs to work on if he's actually going to be a majority top corner starter in the league against some of the premier wide receivers in the NFL. Like he is not polished as a corner. Not nearly as much as he is as a wide receiver. He got off with a lot of gambles in college at Colorado that he's not going to be able to get away with in the NFL. And you saw that come to fruition in the NFL when he got his corner snaps as a rookie. So do you really think that they're going to spend the extra time trying to get him to be one of the best corners in the NFL, or just build on what we already saw as a wide receiver and he plays third down snaps as their third or fourth corner? There's no issue with being the number 3 or number 4 corner on that defense. Like, why does he have to be their number 1? And yeah, you could say the same thing offensively, but again, if they're going to trade BTJ, then I think it's pretty probable to say that he's the favorite to be the number 1 wide receiver there. Again, I'm just saying, I don't think we have this conversation if Travis Hunter doesn't go down with that freak injury in practice. Travis Hunter snap share, 64% in week 1, 59%, 53%, 56%, 67%, 78%, 87% goes up from 8, 6, 2, 5, and 3 targets to 7 and 14 targets against Seattle and the Rams. And then he's done for the rest of the year. Small sample size, I understand, but you do see an increased snap share that happens over time, over like a 4-week period. They definitely started leaning heavily to one side over the other. And I'm just telling you, it wasn't corner. So again, if I'm going to bet on something, I'm going to bet on something that I saw, not something that I am scared of. Especially when his best reps came on the offensive side of the ball. And it's all just projection and guessing as a corner, really. Well, I mean, likewise, that's a totally different conversation. Like, I don't agree. You said I don't agree he'll be elite. I never said he's going to be elite. I said at the 6'9", that's a price I can't pass up on. Because what are the odds that you take Travis Hunter at the 6'9", and then after next season he's going like late third? That's a multiple round value increase, right? This is totally independent of where his price was heading into 2025. Hindsight's 2020. We could look back and say, oh, we knew that he might get injured, or oh, we knew that he was going to start slow. Sure, we could have said all these things and be right or wrong about him. Like the reality was everybody knew that Travis Hunter was a risky investment heading into 2025 and ended up being less good than bad, or less good than concerning. But it was more because of his lack of usage to begin the season in terms of targets, not necessarily a snap share. And again, elite, like that's a whole nother conversation. I'm not advocating for elite. I'm not saying Travis Hunter is going to go from the 6'9" to the 105 next year. I'm saying this is a market play. At the 6'9", you're with a full season from Travis Hunter in 2026 projected. At worst, he's probably going to maintain. But Nathan, then how is Parker Washington not the biggest sell ever? I don't know. I mean, I haven't said that he's not a big sell. I am a little bit worried about Parker Washington. There's a lot of things that have had to go right for him to come out and play the way that he has at the end of the season, but he has played very well. I kind of view Parker Washington and Michael Wilson very similarly, where a lot of their production has come as a result of injuries from guys that are ahead of them. Though I do think Michael Wilson's skill set is a little bit better in terms of like being maintainable rather than Parker Washington. Because like athletically, I think Michael Wilson's a better athlete. Parker Washington is very limited. I loved Parker Washington coming out of Penn State. I thought he would be a high pick, and he ended up going like 6th round. Then he was like a total non-factor, but like again, if Travis Hunter stays healthy, like we're not even having a Parker Washington conversation right now. And again, I don't want to take away from what Parker Washington has done. 3 Factors loves Parker Washington. But I think I'm very interested to see how these wide receivers are going to turn out and like how they're going to complement each other, / take away from each other next year. It's all going to be dependent on what happens to BTJ, but I think BTJ and Travis Hunter and Parker Washington are way more complementary than like what a Jacoby Myers, Hunter, and Parker Washington would look like together, because a lot of them run out of the slot. Now they could move Hunter to the outside if they trade away BTJ and then they run Myers and Parker out of the slot. Actually, Myers is more of a hybrid. Hunter is more of a true outside guy. Can be like a true X, and then you would run Parker out of the slot. But again, a lot of Travis Hunter's best ball came when BTJ was banged up. BTJ was on the field with him, but he had an ankle injury that was really inhibiting him quite a bit. LJ Martin returning to BYU hurt me inside, says Wyatt. I agree. It hurt me as well. I really liked LJ Martin. He was going to be one of my favorite day 3 picks at the running back position. He screamed, especially in this year's class, he screamed day 3 sleeper. Super well-rounded skill set. Not a super crazy athlete or anything like that. Just does everything right. Super smart runner. Runs hard, always makes the right decision, got some nice receiving chops. Basically Kyron Williams with receiving ability. Liked him a lot. He was actually the first guy I watched film on, didn't expect anything from him, and I was like, oh man, he's got good stuff. Trenton said, hey guys, I met both of you at Mercedes-Benz Stadium during the Indiana game. Hope you enjoyed the game. Dude, game was awesome. It was awesome meeting you too. Trent caught us like when we were going down to our seats. And do you work at Mercedes-Benz? Do you like work all the Falcons games and stuff there? Yeah, let me know, because that's super sick. We were talking about the stadium when we got there, and I forget when Mercedes-Benz. How long have you been working there? Mercedes-Benz Stadium opened in 2017, so I knew it was relatively new. Super cool stadium. Loved the architecture. Really neat inside. I thought it was really creative. It was one of my like bucket list stadiums for like NFL stadiums. Managed the guest experience staff. That's sick, man. That's awesome. I feel like that'd be a really fun place to work. I honestly like working at a stadium and being able to be there for like all those games. I think would be really fun. But I couldn't believe how many IU fans were there. I remember when we got there, Avery and I drove the day of. We drove at like. We left here at 8 a.m. and we got there. It took us like 10 hours to get there. We lost like 2 hours just in traffic. We got there at like 6:30 before the game. Walked up, and everyone we passed, everyone we were driving past, everybody that we walked past once we got out of the car, like it was all red and then like maybe one green every 10 to 20 people. And I was like, holy crap, this could end up being like an 80-20 crowd. And I got in there as 95-5, not even close. Like that was that there were less opposing fans than I see at most home games for most home teams. Like that's how insane it was. Yeah, literally an Indiana home game. But I don't know, man. Maybe it was a travel the distance or whatever, but I don't know. If we had hosted that game at the Coliseum, maybe there would have been more Oregon fans at IU. Like, seriously, I've seen more opposing teams' fans at the Coliseum. When IU hosted Michigan last year, I went to that game. There were more Michigan fans at that game than there were at and this was a bigger game, but it was wild. Like, I've gone to so many Colts games, and there are always a good chunk of fans from the other team. That was like some Hoosier fan just like bought all the tickets and gave them to like all of his Hoosier friends to make sure that no Oregon fan was there. I have never seen something like that before. And that honestly, like that experience specifically made me less worried about Miami hosting in Miami, because I mean, that was like proof that IU fans travel like no other. Like Miami fans obviously will show up and there will be a ton there, but it's going to be, I mean, it's going to be a 50-50 split. It's not going to be majority Miami fans. I'm telling you right now. They're not going to have a home field advantage. It's going to be just as loud for Miami as it is going to be for IU. Like there's a reason that those tickets on resale have gone up to like $3,400 a pop. They're more expensive than the Super Bowl on resale. Avery has season tickets to IU football and IU basketball and has for a few years. So he's in like the loyalty system group or whatever, like the point system. So we got some of the IU reserve tickets for not what they're going for, because that would have been like way too much. So breathe a sigh of relief there, because we didn't know what we were going to do if we weren't going to get them through IU. Sam said, Indiana probably has the most dedicated fan base in general. Pacers, Colts, Hoosiers, insane dedication. Yeah. I'm just telling you, man, like there are few states that you can go to that are going to have more crazy fans than Indiana. And it's more than just basketball. It used to be just basketball, and then Peyton changed that in the 90s and early 2000s. And you give us something to root for, and we freaking show up. So even when they're mid, I mean, as bad as the Colts have been for the last decade, I mean, that fan base has never gone away. I've gone to many Colts games in my time since they were, top of the world for a long time, for like 2 decades. And even after all that, those crowds show up every single game. And, it's the NFL, so it's not like the type of environment that like collegiate athletics are, but good environment still. It's just as wild to see a team like the Hoosiers, like for football, do so well. And pretty much immediately, it's like, boom, everybody's just there. They're just ready to go. They really, I mean, we just needed someone to root for. And you'd be surprised at how many season ticket holders exist for IU football, even before they were good. Like, there's just a lot of dedicated alumni that just show up and they go to the games and they support anyways. And, the stadium was empty a lot of times. A lot of people would leave games early because it was constantly blowouts for 100 years. But everybody always follows the team. Everybody knows about the team. And that was never really, that was never non-existent, even though we were the laughingstock, the doormat of Division I college football. But, I mean, the COVID year, like when Penix played and we beat Penn State, I mean, that was like the most fun year ever. And that really got people excited. And there's been a lot of engagement since then, even though they've been bad. Okay. Heading into the 10th round here. Mark's first one in the 10th. Man, it gets really, really ugly here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The 112 just went at the 9-10. Man, as ugly as the pickings are here for players, I really actually don't mind where the late first just went. We're anti-late first this year, but at this price, that's pretty cool. I'm all right with the pick selections there. I mean, the gap between Higgins and Terry at the 8-10 and 8-7, Michael Wilson at the 8-2, DK. The gap between DK at the 7-10 and Pittman at the 9-12, I view no difference there whatsoever. This is one big fat tier. Addison in the 9th is a big outlier to me. I feel like you got to be smashing Addison in the 7th. Yeah, and like around it soon. Nate, what was a trade that helped Avery win last year? The worst trade in the history of the Flock League, which involved me. I traded away Brock Bowers for essentially a bag of chips. The poster child of that deal ended up, of course, being Justin Jefferson because it's Justin Jefferson. But if anybody dedicated to the show pays attention and knows, it was a Jefferson for Kyron Williams swap, and that year there was about a point per game difference between what they did on a production-wise that season. So that was, you know, a relative wash. I wanted to trade away a productive wide receiver for a productive running back for whatever reason. I don't remember why. I was in shambles because I lost Puka, and you know how I am with Puka Nacua. But the other part of the deal included was essentially a Bowers for Goddard swap. Because at that time, we were, a couple weeks into the season, and Bowers and Goddard were viewed in the same tier. So I was like, yeah, I'll do that swap. I thought that Goddard was going to be safer and a better offense. And that was the worst decision of my entire life in fantasy football. It was a terrible move. So if I had kept Bowers, I would have made the playoffs. I was after that trade, my team was still good enough where I was a game out from making the playoffs. Because I had pretty good points for. I had like Josh Jacobs and Kyron and Puka when he was back healthy. I had a pretty good team, and then I like decimated it with that trade, and I still had a pretty good team because I had Judy too, and Judy was a wide receiver one that year. And then I, missed out on the playoffs. So sucked. Live and you learn. Don't play like me in fantasy football. I tend to do crazy stuff in the Flock League. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about the I guess some would attribute it to, clutch or not clutch. I'm very not clutch in big moments, apparently. So in big moments, I make crazy decisions, like super off the cuff, super dumb decisions that sometimes end up being good, sometimes end up being bad. I feel like, you know what I'm like? I just figured out who I am. If you were to compare me to an NFL player in terms of my fantasy football play in the Flock League, I am Jameis Winston. That's who I am. I make some of the craziest plays, craziest picks, craziest trades that work out, and I throw 30 interceptions. Make a lot of really stupid moves. So, Flock League moments for the sake of content happens. I will say when I was in the war room and I realized that Quinshawn was available, I did not do that for content. I genuinely, in the moment, believe that Quinshawn Judkins was the best pick by far. Because the news had just come out hours before the draft that Quinshawn was expected to sign his rookie deal. So I was like, okay, he's going to play. And then hours after the draft, it was announced that he is not expected to play the first game. So, yeah. Jose said you're the Cowboys. Rip. Nathan, you're like Chris Bryant, terrible in the clutch. Chris Bryant, what do you mean? Chris Bryant was great for the Cubs. Are you talking about like third baseman, MVP, National League MVP legend, Chris Bryant, Chicago Cubs? I mean, he wasn't great after that, but Chris Bryant kind of just fell off big time. Shoot or shoot. Yeah. I did I will say the Puka Nacua trade this year, that was a I want to watch the world burn trade, and it really worked out for me. That was a I know I'm going to be in the toilet bowl. I know the only way that I'm going to win, or the only way that I'm going to avoid Denny's because I drafted so poorly, is by just getting lucky in the toilet bowl. So I may as well just go down with Puka Nacua on my team, because I'm so freaking sick of watching Derrick Henry and Justin Jefferson in terrible offenses every single week. And holy cow, it worked out. What sucks for, I feel the worst for Zach, because Zach was kind of put in a position, he's kind of in the same position that I was last year, where he was in, except worse, because his was more in the middle of the season where he really needed wins like immediately. And he felt like he was forced to trade Puka Nacua, like he had to get the wins like right now. And then what ended up happening is every player that he traded for when he traded away Puka Nacua and a couple other guys, every single one of those guys ended up being injured for the same amount of time that Puka was out. So he could have just held on to Puka, and then he would have gone on a win streak and would have made the playoffs, potentially. Because he lost a lot of close games. I'm telling you guys, the Flock League, like a ton of people accuse us of like scripting all that stuff. I'm just saying, it never ceases to amaze me how insane the parity is in that league. Like it is literally a game of tenths of points. And I don't know how it continues to be like that. How it's done that for 2 years in a row now. I don't know why it's like that in the Flock League. Like people think that we fix the games. Like I don't know. Like literally, I don't. You couldn't make it up. We're not smart enough to make up the endings for the amount of matchups that happened in this year's season. Like it's actually insane. I don't know if we just got lucky with it. Like we obviously make it for content, but the content makes itself. Like we don't have to force it, and it just ended up being perfect. Like I don't really know. The competition ended up just being the way that it is, and it was just like that again this season. Like everything came down to the end. Like Bush's whole clip that he made about like making the playoffs, he did that before the game on Monday night, and we were all like, "Ooh, Bush, like you better be careful and stuff." Like in the clips chat, and yeah, I mean, you could not make that up. My eyes were glued all night long because I knew there was a chance that he would lose, and he freaking lost. Like you just can't make it up. Yeah, Zach was the unluckiest player in the Flock League this year. I agree with that. I think he was pretty unlucky. Badaki was too, honestly. Can you imagine Badaki if he was fully healthy? He almost made the playoffs. He was one game away from making the playoffs with all of his injuries that he suffered from. Can you imagine if Neighbors had stayed healthy all season? He could have won the championship. But that's what I'm saying is you could see a route, with the exception of Danny pretty much and me, for like every team in the toilet bowl. There was a way, there was an avenue for them to potentially make the playoffs and even go on a run. And they just happened to not make playoffs. So yeah, Zach really felt like he was a guy that was for sure going to go to Denny's. And I don't know. I looked at his team and I was like, dude, he does not have a worse team. Are you still out on Lad after the Roman firing? Does that make it a bit better? That's a great question. I wondered when somebody would ask me that. That is to be determined with Lad. My short answer now, just right off the cuff, before I do any research or anything like that, and before we even know who their offensive coordinator is, like we don't know yet. I feel a lot better about Lad. I took a huge sigh of relief with Lad when I saw that Greg Roman was fired. Because I'm just telling you, like, I got to be consistent with my logic. And I said this was not an anti-Lad take as a talent. Lad is a very talented player. I was just saying, like, it is a fact that it is you cannot have a highly productive running back with a highly productive wide receiver in a Greg Roman offense. We've never seen it in 15 years of Greg Roman calling plays under any offense anywhere. And that's just true. And people continue to deny it, and they just won't look at the actual numbers. And the actual numbers do not lie. And now that he's gone, like, that really does change the outlook quite a bit, because not because I think like Herbert is just going to be magical and clutch all of a sudden or anything like that, or that the offense is going to look that much different. But I do think that I do think an offensive coordinator with a brain, no offense, Greg Roman, will actually, feed targets to the most talented wide receiver in that offense, and that's Ladd by far. So I still do think, like, inherently, I do think Ladd has a bit of a cap ceiling. Because, and we said this last year, we said that Ladd has a bit of a cap ceiling. That's why we didn't have him in the cornerstone tier. As like, we didn't have him ranked as high as Drake London or, Amon-Ra or anything like that. I would still say that's probably the case still. But I don't think he's nearly as capped as he would be if Greg Roman was still calling plays. So I would like to see who they hire as the OC. I really would. That matters more than anything in this offense, because Harbaugh's not calling plays. He's not a play caller. I mean, you saw in this draft, Ladd went at the 4.7. I think that's pretty reasonable, honestly. Ladd and Flowers went a lot closer last draft. They went about a round apart here. They went almost back to back last draft. I still, like, at price, I would take a guy like Flowers over Ladd still. But in a vacuum now, I probably would give the upper hand to Ladd. Like, I really do think Greg Roman makes that much of a negative difference. I really do. So after seeing all these injuries and another one that we had to go through with Kittle tearing his Achilles, like, I just kind of started getting discouraged. I'm like, who am I going to recommend as targets on Blueprints when literally everyone and their mom is hurt, and anyone that's produced are the only guys that are healthy, and everybody's onto them, and none of them are good values right now. And then I saw the Ladd news, and I saw the Pittsburgh news, which makes Caleb Johnson a little more interesting now, and the moves that they make this offseason more interesting. It makes DK not dead. Because I think that offense could look quite a bit different depending on who they hire. It, like, if they hire Stefanski, like, I think that'd be very interesting. But yeah, I think it was a nice little pick me up. Who is a Steeler QB next year, you think? I don't think free agency is out of the question. I think Mac Jones could be an option. I think Kyler could be an option. Depending on if Chambliss declares or not, I think you would have, if Chambliss declares, you're pretty much going to have probably two guys available in the mid to late first at quarterback, and that would be Ty Simpson and Trinidad Chambliss. And I could see Pittsburgh going for either one of those guys. But I really do think it's going to depend on, like, what their draft stock is projected to be. All right. Let me pick my favorite team real quick for this draft, and then we're going to go over to Team Blueprints again, guys. If you want to get your team reviewed tonight, you can follow the link that's pinned in the comments, or follow this bit.ly that I dropped as well. Get a free team blueprint when you sign up for the annual Mother Flocker tier if you're not a member already. You'll get a team blueprint voucher. You'll just submit that, and we'll do it for you for free. When you sign up for the annual Mother Flocker tier, you also get infinite blueprint tied to your first team review. You also get to join the Domain League Network. We'll get you in a league with other community members, most active leagues in the industry. You also get access to our rookie vault on the site as well. All of our exclusives on the site, the bakery, all of our Discord channels as well. Again, I'm just telling you guys, if you're not a member and you're wanting to get a live team reviewed tonight, you will be paying the same amount for a live team review as a non-member as you would just to sign up for the annual Mother Flocker tier, and you'll get a free team review reviewed live tonight on the stream anyways. So I highly, highly, highly recommend that. Avery's going to be on here soon helping us do team reviews as well. But if you're already a member, you get the 30% discount, right? The 30% discount on a la carte purchases for live team blueprints. So again, all those options are in the bit.ly. If you need help with submitting it on the site, just let us know. But I think we got Waffle in the chat too. Yeah, technically, Kyle, he's under contract, but that doesn't mean that he's not tradable. There will be demand for Mac Jones to a point where I could see San Fran being interested in trading him away if they get enough for him. All right. Let's get the show on the road. Yeah, we got a trade question here. Mostly trade question. I think I did too. Yeah. Pulled this off. What do we think? 12 teams, Superflex starts in Dynasty PPR. Roma Dunze, Kittle, or Garrett Wilson in the 205. Yeah, for Garrett Wilson, I'm fine with this. Especially with the Kittle news. Kittle's going to miss a lot of time next year. So highly, highly, highly unfortunate for Kittle. We're big Kittle people. So that was a bummer. The Garrett Wilson side, I'll call it fair. I'm good with that mostly. All right. We're not doing Mike tonight, right? Because he left. Okay. All right. So G-Dog, Cali Reds as a team name, was offered Derrick Henry and a 27 first for Purdy this morning. Yeah, I would take in a super flex format. I'm definitely taking Purdy there. Good question. Jamari Johnson, by the way, is returning for the 2026 season. Going back to Oregon. That kind of another big oof for the 26 class. Jamari Johnson was getting a lot of buzz because he was playing really well. Okay. Looking at Cali Reds team, we are 7.2% production share, which is 9th in the league, and 11.2% value share, which is 2nd in the league. Grading this out in a 12-team Superflex PPR halftime and premium, Justin Herbert and Brock Purdy is going to be a 7. Jency and Hampton also going to be a 7. Neighbors, Rice, Higgins is going to be a 5. And then Harold Fannin, Tucker Kraft is going to be a 7. We're going to go standard value, well-rounded here. You also have all your draft capital over the next couple of years with a couple extra seconds here and there, a couple extra thirds and fourths. Give you a grade of 6 draft capital-wise. Not a ton of depth, which is as to be expected. In a 12-team start 11 will give you a bench score of 1. Overall grade is going to be a 6.4 here. Contend to your outlook. Standard value, well-rounded. So as far as moves go for this team, Harold Fannin and Tucker Kraft, you don't need both of those guys. Which one would we want you to hold? Whoever you're going to get more value return or interest for, like, really, I don't have a preference either way. I'm not super bullish on Tucker Kraft. I'm not super bullish on Harold Fannin. I think they're solid. My guess is you'll probably get more for Tucker Kraft, even with the injury. I'll have you pivot off of Kraft, but again, just whichever one you get more interest for, you go for it. I'm going to have you down tier from Justin Herbert at QB. That'll help you get some extra help at wide receiver and running back. And then Jency and Hampton. Do we want to do anything there? Do we want to do anything at wide receiver with Neighbors? I think I would try to do a little mini down tier from Neighbors, potentially. Little mini, not too far. But again, this is a super deep league, so I'm okay with a small down tier. Like a Drake London plus, a Tet McMillan plus, a Jefferson plus type of deal. So when you look at some of the teams in this league, like let's start with Jefferson. Like Jefferson has a Pittman or a Jaden Higgins or a Charbonnet. Like get some that matters in a 12-team start 11. To a point where I would like pursue that type of plus on top. It's a very small down tier with a very small piece on top, but that makes a difference in this type of format. The London plus as well. Like again, you just saw where Bucky Irving went in this draft. If Bucky Irving is going like mid-5th, then you could get him on top of London if you give something back with Neighbors like pretty comfortably. And then Tet McMillan, if you wanted to down tier to him, you would get a little bit of a bigger plus on top. Another guy like Bucky, Quinchon went in the 5th as well, so that's an option. You could also just try to get picks in return, guys to play the market with, right? And again, remember, these are just trade concepts. These are just trade examples, trade starting points. These are not, hey, send these raw moves straight up and expect them to be accepted right away. Be ready to negotiate with your league mates, right? We're telling you, in theory, down tier from Malik Neighbors to a piece that's a little bit cheaper plus something on top. Maybe if the plus something on top is a little bit bigger than something small, you're going to have to give something back with Malik Neighbors. That's totally fine. These are just ideas to help you kind of get a little bit more value added to this team. Justin Herbert, when we're down tiering to him, or down tiering from him, going to be looking a decent bit lower to like your Trevor Lawrences, your Dak Prescott, Baker Mayfield type guys. If we're going down to Dak, that's a pretty decent down tier. Probably going to be looking at like a Devonta Smith on top or a Travis Hunter. Actually, I mean, Travis Hunter, you just saw how cheap he went in today's draft at the 6'9". Trevor Lawrence. Probably going to be looking at like a JMO type. And Baker. We're looking at Baker Mayfield. Probably be gunning for a Brees there. Tucker Kraft, when we're pivoting off of him, again, market is kind of all over the place with him, so you're going to have to gauge the value of your league. But I like Luther Burden, I like Scadaboo, I like Kyron. And again, if you don't get enough interest in him, you can try to shop Fannin instead. But again, rule of thumb when you're trading, take advantage of market disconnects. Again, you heard me mention this a lot. You're going to have to work with your league mates. Maybe they overvalue a guy that you're targeting that you didn't know. Maybe they undervalue a guy that you're targeting where they're actually willing to give you more and you didn't even think about it, but that's why you start some trades high. Take advantage of those market disconnects and try to get some big value wins here. Avoid volatile situational outlooks heading into the NFL draft. And again, based on the moves I got you making here, like you got 2 tight ends, even in a half tight end premium, Harold Fannin and Tucker Kraft, you don't need both of them. You got Colby Parkinson as your tight end too. I started Colby Parkinson all season this year on one of my best dynasty teams, and I won the league no problem. So you definitely don't need Fannin and Kraft. Really want to primarily build through the insulated positions at wide receiver and running back. Do you have any questions on this one, man? Solid team. You're in pretty good shape to be successful here. You got a little bit of risk there with Neighbors and Rashee Rice, but again, that's kind of part of why I have you down tiering from one of those guys. You can't really move Rashee Rice right now, but you can do small down tiers from Neighbors, get pluses on top. That'll help you with the depth quite a bit too. You can get him a couple trade questions. All right. We got Bori up next. Hey, Danik, I got your submission. I appreciate you, man. Huh? Oh, 10th blueprint. Let's go, man. Heck yeah. I'll give you a few extra trade questions for that too. Say what? Oh, I moved some over, yeah. He's coming. Okay. We got Bori up next. Bori, Brock and Roll. Grant said Hampton down tier. Probably not going to be down tiering from Hampton. I'm pretty cool with his value at the moment. Love your profile pic, by the way. Sick. All right, team name Brock and Roll. This is my first Dynasty team, which I started last year, and I love the foundation I have players-wise, but just need to help know where to go to start competing. Yeah, I'm in a position in a couple of leagues like that as well, where I really like my pieces, and I didn't make the playoffs, but I looked at my team. I'm like, dang, this is actually pretty good. And, you know, it just happens sometimes with injuries, young players starting slow, where they couldn't catch you up to a point where you can make the playoffs or something like that. Or, you know, maybe you invested in picks and those are appreciating in value. But Brock and Roll, looks like in my teams in the power rankings, you are number 7 in the power rankings. This is a very lopsided league. Number 1 team up top is looking pretty dang good, but also pretty top heavy as well. Let's check out your roster here and let's grade it out. 9.7% production share, which is good for 4th in the league. 9.5% value share, which is also 4th in the league. Oh man, that's a bad feeling. I just burped, but I swallowed it, so it never actually came out. It's terrible. Sorry, I'm actually looking at the wrong one. We're gonna redo the. Let me go to Brock and Roll. Production share, I lied, is actually 7.5%, which is 10th in the league. Value share is 9.4%, which is 5th in the league. Drake May, Patrick Mahomes, Tyler Shuck. I'll give you a 10 there. JT and Tootin and Caleb Johnson's a 4. JMO Hunter and Golden, DJ Moore and Dobbs is going to be like a 3. And Brock Bowers is a 10. Rookie picks. Got a couple this year, the 103 and the 109. So an extra pick this year, which is good. I'm going to give you a 6 draft capital score. Bench is going to be good for like a 1. Overall grade is going to be a 6.6. We are going to go running back 2 is rough. All of our wide receivers are pretty rough. We do have a ton of value at QB and tight end, which I'm going to have you move anyways. But I think we're going to go with a we're going to do a 1-year reload dual elite QB archetype here. If you make enough moves this offseason, you could be skittish in 2026. It's very possible. But I'm not confident enough that we're going to have enough value to fill your gaps enough to a point where it's like, yeah, this is a guarantee. We're going to treat this year like a reload. So top 2 moves easily by far. Drake May, definitely down tiering. Brock Bowers, definitely down tiering. And Mahomes, we're going to look to down tier from as well. Actually, you might want to hold on to Mahomes. Let's hold on to Mahomes for now until we know more about his injury. Once he comes back healthy, he'll move back up in value. Let's down tier from JT instead. So May, Bowers, JT, all down tiers. Here we go. Down tier from May to Dart, that value range. Do less of a down tier, go down to like Burrow. Could do more of a down tier, kind of like Dart, go down to like Bo Nix. Bo Nix, if you remember, went in the 4th round of this year's draft, or in this real money startup that we did today. Brock Bowers, when you're down tiering from him, you do not have to get a tight end in return when you're down tiering. You can get a wide receiver and a wide receiver, a running back and a running back, a wide receiver and a running back. Probably going to have you focus on other positions, right? Wide receiver and running back. The insulated positions. With pluses on top of like a Jackson Dart when we're down tiering from May. This guy has Saquon. He also has BTJ. I'm interested in both of those guys. I'll give you BTJ. The Burrow team, again, smaller down tier, so less of a plus on top. Probably be looking for like a Devonta Smith or a Bucky. And then Bo Nix. Same kind of range as Dart, a little bit lower. Honestly, this team has Rice. You could try Rice. I know Rice is a little more risky. You could try 27 rookie picks as well. I would try Rice or like 27 rookie picks. Now with Bowers, London and Flowers, I would go for that. I would try for that. Again, going to be dependent on how high your league is on Bowers. This is a 0.5 tight end premium. I would try to upsell. When we're looking, if we're going more on the running back side, like a Hampton, you could try like a Hampton and an ETN. Hampton ETN, Hampton Higgins. Tet McMillan is another guy I would be interested in down tiering to. And if you went with him, you could probably get like a Harvey on top. Again, just targeting guys with a lot of value upside. You don't even have to hold on to these guys all season. It's not like you're locked into the guys that you trade for. You're just playing the market as much as you can. When we're down tiering from JT, Judkins is a guy I like moving down to. James Cook is another guy I like moving down to. Breece Hall is another guy I like moving down to. Saquon, another guy. And again, for a 1-year reload, I'm not really afraid of you getting productive vets because you can just play the market, move off of them at a premium at the beginning of the season. Quinshawn plus a 26 or 27 rookie picks. I'm totally cool with you going with that. James Cook, just going way, way, way cheaper than JT. You could go for like a Waddle on top of James Cook. I mean, you just saw in the startup drafts, James Cook went in like the mid or late 4th, and JT went in the late 2nd. And then when we're looking at Breece, the team with Breece Hall has AJ Brown. I'd try to get AJ Brown. Try to get AJ Brown at a discount. AJ Brown just went in the 6th round in the startup as well. Holy echoes. Sorry, Avery's getting hooked up in the background. The echoes are driving me nuts. So down tier from Drake Ray, down tier from Bowers, down tier from JT. As far as recommendations go for this team, just top priorities. Again, I mentioned building mainly through running back and wide receiver. I wouldn't be afraid to get some of those productive vets before they gain value closer to the season. That's how you can build value wins. But where you draw the line with those productive vets is if they're if they have very volatile outlooks heading into the NFL draft. So don't get like reckless with your veteran investments. Make sure you're getting guys that are very likely to gain value the closer we get to the season and are unlikely to be replaced. As far as your rookie picks go, I would hold the 103, probably shop the 109. You have any questions on that one, man? Let's get him some trade questions, Scott. Yeah, you're good. All right. We got Avery joining the party here in a second. And again, guys, if you want to get your team review tonight, follow this bit.ly in the chat that I just dropped in here. It's also pinned in the YouTube comments. Again, you can sign up for the annual Motherflocker 2 using code DOMAIN. You'll get a free Team Blueprint voucher. Also, Infinite for that team. We'll do it live for you on the stream tonight. You get access to the Domain League network, right? That live league that you just saw earlier on the stream today, the Real Money Live League. There are a ton of community leagues that we have with Domain exclusive community members. They're very active leagues, very good leagues, and you'll have full access to those. Not to mention our Rookie Vault, which is basically our rookie draft guide for this year's prospects. Full access to that on the site. The bakery from Ryan Bread as well. All full access to the Discord too, and to Avery and I if you want to send us DMs. But if you want to get the a la carte option as well, there's that for you too. So what? Oh yeah. Hey, Avery's on. Say hello to Avery.
Me? Hello, everybody.
Yep, he's frozen.
Can you hear me,
though.
Nate?
That's a pretty great face.
Hold on. How about this? Damn it. How about that?
Holy echo. Can you save me from the echo, Scott? There we go.
Is that better? Can you hear me, Nate?
Yeah, there we go. That's better. I can hear you.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I got this all set up before I left, so it should be good. But yeah, well, we killed some sandhill cranes tonight. It was pretty fun. So
nice.
Yeah. I know you guys don't care, but
hey, stop for a second, Avery. The echoing in the studio is like making me tweak. Is back to me. We kicked out Avery for a second. By the way, guys, let me know in the comments if you could hear Avery just then. Could you hear Avery? Was it working? That would be great to know. Let me know in the comments. Seriously? Interesting. There's no way it's echoing through my mic. Because that would just be like, it's just like him talking over here. Okay, yeah, they said they heard him fine. They said they can hear him. Psychality said, is that Avery or Kirk Herbstreit? Can I get that frozen shot for a Bowers haircut? Actually, yeah, I need to get like a screenshot of that. Like badly. We're gonna try it again. This is good practice for us, so that like when we're out of town and stuff, we can actually see if it works. Look at that beautiful face, bird boy.
Hey, It's got to be echoing on your end. It's not mine. I have my AirPods in. So
Holy moly. It's like unlistenable.
all right, Nathan, do another review and I'll fix it.
Cool. Sounds good. Okay, we're gonna do D-Mel's next. Captain Jamaica is his team name. He said traded in CMC, Brown, Baker Stafford at the deadline and won the chip. Mortgaged the future, but it helped me survive the Pitts legacy game and Puka 40-burger in the playoffs. That, my friend, is impressive. And also brutal that you had to go through that. I would have been so ticked if I lost a game on my playoff push because Puka dropped 40 on me and Pitts dropped 40 on me. But especially Pitts. Like Puka, you expect that from him every once in a while. Like he's just the best wide receiver in the NFL, so he's going to do it. But Pitts, man, that's absolutely killer. But congrats on winning the championship and getting through that. I'm very proud of you. Need to be sure to up the wide receiver room. What moves could I make? Yeah, so let's look at this. Captain Jamaica. Hey, everybody give Scott love in the comments, by the way, because he's like triple tasking right now. He's like putting all this info in for me while I'm doing team reviews, and he's trying to figure out the Avery stuff. So you should give him congratulations. No echo for the viewers. That's good. Yeah, we have like a room mic or whatever while Avery's calling in, and it's coming in like for me. I like literally can't tell what he's saying because it's so echoey. Because it's just bouncing back and forth. Hey, by the way, Scott, if I need to put in ears in my laptop and we need to do it that way, if he calls in through Discord, then I can do that. Okay. Mike Tomlin stepping down helper hurt the fantasy prospects of Steelers players for 2026 season. Depends on who they hire. I would lean help, but okay. So team name here is Captain Jamaica. You did trade for the boys. Okay, so holy moly. Mortgaged away your future for sure, and you got the championship. So again, it was worth it. Caleb Williams, Baker Mayfield, Matt Stafford's going to be a 7. Jahmyr Gibbs, CMC, Chase Brown, Derrick Henry is going to be an 8. Igbuka, Jamo, Burden, Adams is going to be like a 5 with Burden gaining a ton of value. And Kittle and Dallas Goedert is going to be good for really a 5 at this point because Kittle just ruptured his Achilles. 7855. Number 1 in production share, 12.8%. Number 6 in value share, 9%. Well, ladies and gentlemen. We has the first aging value archetype on a live stream. I've actually done multiple off screen now, which is nice. But because I literally got to a point where I was like, is this just like an in theory archetype? But I knew they existed. They're just like, they're by far the most rare. Like if you were to do like a premium, like this would be the less than 1 percentile of team blueprints that we do are aging value archetypes. What is an aging value? What makes it so unique, so different? You are close to you are close to reloading value, but the limited amount of value that you have is so high in terms of production that we can't tell you to not contend this year. And honestly, you generally have a lot of guys that are aging out to a point where it's probably worth just letting them die on your roster. And you knew that, and you signed up for that when you sold away your future to go win the championship this year, and it worked. So that's what we're going to have you do. Aging value, well-rounded, contend, reload.
And Nate, did I fix it?
Here. That did fix it. Can you turn them up? Thank you.
Hey, what's up? I'm good now.
There we go.
Let's rock and roll. What's his team name again?
His team name is Captain Jamaica. And this is our aging value team.
Okay. Nice. Aging value, huh?
Yep.
Let's go. All right.
I don't know if you heard my whole spiel.
I did. Yeah, I was listening.
Oh, you did. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I gotta get logged into the thing now. I've done this frack.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm getting there.
So as far as moves are concerned for this team, you're really chilling at running back. Like CMC, you got to hold. Henry, you got to hold. Chase Brown, you don't have to hold because you have Jahmyr Gibbs as your number one back with CMC and Derrick Henry. Wide receiver, I think, can get a little bit better, a little safer. Tight end is just kind of the last of my worries right now. You can get by with Dallas Goedert fine next year until Kittle comes back. If he even comes back, I don't think that's a guarantee. But with Goddard, you'll be fine. Draft capital grade, by the way, is going to be a 1. Got multiple thirds. Bench is actually not bad. You've got Stafford on your bench, Henry on your bench, Golden, Wandell, DJ Moore, Dobbs, Goddard. Like that's a 4. So overall grade here going to be a 5.2. Okay, I know what we need to do here. So we're going to take Chase Brown. I don't want to down tier from your high end elite guys. Really don't want to do that. Can't really afford to up tier on a team like this. But we can pivot from guys like Ibuka and Chase Brown to guys that we feel a little bit better about heading into next season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what Ibuka's value is doing right now. I mean, it seems like it's been dropping, but at the same time, we put out the buys video and people were like, oh, you guys are stupid for putting Ibuka as a buy. So, right. I mean, again, don't sell low on Ibuka. We just have to put that caveat in there for every single review at this point, I guess. So
you would have lost your crap if you saw where James Cook went in the startup today.
Where did he go?
He went 2.5 rounds. No, not 2.5. He went almost 2 full rounds after Jonathan Taylor. He went in the late 4th.
Yeah, no, I don't understand that at all.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know.
Yeah, but Ibuka, like on Keep Trade Cut, like, yeah, he has lost. He's steadily lost value. But again, it's just going to depend on what you can get for him. I mean, at one point we were telling people to pivot to Rashee Rice, and that's obviously not happening. Yeah. Have you had any team reviews yet where you talked about the Rashee, or have you had like people sell Rashee yet, or no?
No. It's I'm not gonna lie. I feel like everyone's kind of gun shy with Rashee right now. It's been like all quiet. Yeah. Like no one's really asked me about it. I don't think anyone really cares to.
Well,
everyone's.
I mean, you guys know how I feel.
Everyone's kind of just waiting and seeing.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
But yeah, with Ibuka, honestly, like even where his current price is, like I want Pickens and I want Garrett Wilson over Ibuka right now.
100%. 100%.
And yeah, those are a couple of guys that I would just go for straight up. Unfortunately, the days of pivoting off of Ibuka to get Tet are long gone.
Yeah, no.
Those were the days. Those were fun.
Yeah.
With Chase Brown, when we're moving off of him, there are a couple of other veteran guys that I trust a little bit more, long and short term. Number one being Saquon. I mean, if you're going to lean into the age, may as well lean into Saquon than Chase Brown, in my opinion. Scattaboo as well is right there. I think he's got a little more longevity too. 3 Factors is in love with him, by the way.
With who?
Scattaboo.
I mean, I believe it. Before he went down, he was a baller, dude.
Yeah, I know. And then Breece Hall. I would try to play the market with Breece Hall too. If you want to get a wide receiver for Chase Brown, you would probably end up going for a guy like a Marv or a BCJ or a Higgins. If you want to go that route, honestly, T. Higgins is a pretty good target. And then our third move here is going to be I'm going to have you do a little mini up tier here. I'm going to give you Golden and Dobbs. Looks like LaFleur's probably going to be there for the long haul. Looks like they're probably going to extend him. And I don't think that offensive structure is really going to change. And they just kind of use their receivers the way that they utilize them. And none of them have really elevated themselves consistently. So I'm going to take guys that are inconsistently productive and try to get a little more consistently productive wide receiver or running back option in that up tier, or even a guy that just has a little bit higher value upside. So a couple of options. You just saw Addison go in the 9th, and I understand people are scared about the trespassing allegedly, but I still like Addison's price quite a bit. If you want to play some value upside,
get him really low now.
I know. If you want to do like some value upside market plays with running backs, Walker and Javonte are always our go-tos.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we always tell people when we recommend an Ibuka move, it's happening less because of his price. Like, be careful with that move. Make sure that you're not like underpaying too much. But there are still deals that I see with Ibuka enough where I'm like, yeah, I still think it's worth moving him. Yeah. It just depends on your league economy.
Mm-hmm.
So pivoting off of Ibuka, pivoting off of Chase Brown, up tiering for Matthew Golden and Dobbs, basically just moving some value around for us to feel a little bit better about your overall situation heading into another contending year in 2026. And then we're probably going to plan on reloading most likely heading into 2027. So just get ready for that. But I would say with you selling off your future, run it back for one more year, see if you can do back-to-back before you go into a reload potential rebuild. And that's how, that's how it goes for a lot of contending teams, and it's worth it because you win money, and while other people are swimming in value and losing the league, you're winning it. So congrats.
Yeah.
But yeah, only up tier into Ray's starting lineup upside. But really, when you're looking to up tier, rebuilds and reloads are going to be your most likely trade partners. You could look into down tiering from one or both of your QBs, honestly. Spread out your value a bit, especially from Caleb Williams. I would look to potentially down tier from him. And then, just don't be afraid to continue to get those productive guys before they gain value closer to the season, since you are going for it again in 26. So, do you have any questions on this one, man?
Yeah, I don't think I saw him in the comments here. Is he in the comments, Nate? Do you know?
I did not see him in the comments.
Okay, cool. Well, if you have any questions afterwards, you can always just, get with us on Discord. You can message us, send us friend requests, of course. Appreciate you a ton, man. Appreciate you being a member. You know the deal. And if you need anything, just let us know. A couple of questions from the chat here. Matt said, trying to subscribe annual. Where do I put Code Domain to get a review tonight? Scott, if you could pull up the website and pull up the account page so you can show him where Code Domain is. We'll show you right here, Matt. Again, you just go to your account. It's like your profile picture on the top right of the flock page. It says code, promo code. Just make sure it's domain there, and you'll be good to go. And then again, if you sign up tonight, we'll of course do your live review right here, right now. So appreciate you, man. And let us know if you have any questions. Somebody asked, Extra Guac says, does a premium blueprint get done on live review? Yeah, we can do those now. So if you guys want to submit premiums, in fact, if you guys do premiums on the live streams, they jump to the front of the line as well. And so we are able to do those on lives now.
Just make sure we don't do voucher upgrades for premiums.
Correct. Thank you.
Just a la cartes.
Yes, a la cartes, but not voucher upgrades. So appreciate that.
All right. We got a trade question in here from Carson. This is a Superflex 12 team start 10 Dynasty PPR. Shuck Laporta 103 for Bowers and AJ Brown. Bowers and AJ Brown is not even close. How are you even able to pull that off?
It's not even relatively close.
I would do that for Bowers alone.
You could do the 103 and Laporta. Yeah, no, it's not even close. Take it. I'm seeing a lot of, I will say this. I've seen multiple teams recently take Laporta and use him to up tier. Like, I know Alex just got a trade done where he used Laporta plus two other pieces just like that to get to Trey McBride, which I'm like, that is a slam dunk.
Yeah, I've been having people sell the crap out of McBride or out of Laporta. And like every team that I see Laporta, I'm having them trade.
Yeah.
Them. So.
Yeah. I kind of with you. So I'm just seeing some good deals get done for him right now is what I'll say. So
yeah.
Are we waiting on Mike Yard's review?
Yep. He's out tonight.
Okay, cool. So Crispy's up next, right?
Yep. Crispy's up next.
Right. Surely he's in the chat.
Yeah, let us know if you're in the chat, Crispy. You usually are.
Yep.
Says need to fill some spots like QB2 and last flex spots. I trade Rice plus the 107 for Garrett Wilson in the 201. Just trading back to get to Garrett Wilson. It's fine. I can't fault anybody for doing that. Let me know what you think of that trade. I like Wilson, and I have a lot of value in JSN and Chase to down tier if need be. Okay.
Yeah, cool. Team name is Crispy here. This is a 12-team super flex. It's a full point PPR. It is a half point tight end premium, and we'll start by grading your position groups first. So pretty much domain rules here for Crispy. Quarterback, you've got Brock Purdy, and Daniel Jones looked a little bit better. He peaked in value around the 5th round mid-season, but 4 right now for quarterback. Breece Hall and Travis Etienne. What do you think that is, Nate?
Breece and Etienne's probably like a 3 or a 4.
Yeah, I'd give it probably a 4.
Like a 4.
Yeah, especially with Breece. He's gained a lot of value recently, I've seen.
Yep.
Wide receivers, JSN, Jamar Chase, Garrett Wilson, Michael Pittman, Wandale. That's a 9, almost a 10. And you've got at tight end Theo Johnson's going to be in Travis Kelce, and Evan Ingram, a bunch of guys there, but all that's going to be like a 2. You don't have any first this year. You have your second and 3 thirds. You have a first, second, third, and fourth in 2027. So you've got that. So your draft capital is going to be like a 3. Your bench score, Khalil Shakir, Ja'Cory Cross, Kamara, Alvin Kamara. A lot of these guys are aging vets right now. So we'll give you a 2 at bench. And then overall for this one, I think we're sitting at probably like a 4.7. It's the production share is 10.9%, which is second in your league, which is great. Your value share is 9.2, which is 5th in your league. This is one that's interesting because like it must be like he sits a lot higher in his it must be that he sits a lot higher compared to his league mates, because like this doesn't seem like a top 5 in production share and value share team to me personally. Obviously the wide receivers are doing it, but he's probably contending still. I mean, it seems like a standard value.
Yeah, it would go well-rounded probably.
Well-rounded. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well. So contend for the next 2 years. So in terms of moves, I mean,
you're right. You probably do have to down tier for one of your top wide receivers.
Yeah, I think because your running backs aren't bad. I don't mind Brees and ETN. You're probably going to want more upside there, but I'm a little bit obviously I'm a little bit concerned about your quarterback 2. Mac Jones could end up going somewhere this offseason. That would help. So quarterback 2 is going to be a priority. I think raising your upside at running back. And then also, I think what you're doing at tight end is totally fine for this build. You can just keep veteran guys and stream them. Like you could have plugged in Juwan Johnson at any time this season. You could have plugged in Kelce at any time this season. They're both dirt cheap. I'm trying to get away with like keeping your entire wide receiver room intact, but I'm having a hard time doing that. I think you've got a down tier from one of them. So,
yep, I agree. So we'll probably let's down tier from Chase. I honestly trust JSN a little bit more. It sounds crazy, but I do.
Yeah, it just depends on the year, right? I mean, sometimes it's sometimes Chase is awesome. It's just so hit or miss.
Yep. I would pivot from Shakir and go to a different veteran wide receiver or running back in that range. And then, running or QB is kind of scary too. But we can't down tier from a QB. Do we have to down tier from both receivers? This is wild. This is like one of the most reload looking top value teams in the league, but like the rest of the teams in the league are pretty.
I know, and that's kind of where it gets interesting. I think.
Is this fresh out of a startup?
Yeah, Crispy, let us know. He's here, right?
I bet you it's fresh out of a startup.
Yeah, he said he thinks this is his 10th review. Nice. We need to give him some freebies. Scott, give him 3 free trade questions, please. We appreciate you. Extra Guac says, for the upgrade, do you mean upgrade from the free to the blueprint when signing up? The premium. That's correct. Unless you sign up tonight. But if you're just holding a voucher and you upgrade it, we would prefer not to do those on stream, if that makes sense. But if you just signed up, then yeah.
This is wild. Like the teams below him are like Saxon Vito is good, but he has literally no QBs.
He said second year of the league here. So
this is an interesting league. This is very. I mean, there's not an enhanced value team in this league. So yeah, I mean, you're contending.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, we'll go down. We'll give you options at least to down tier from JSN and Chase. Don't have to do both, but 2 things that I think we would look into for sure. And then that Shakir pivot. Oh, by the way, Kyler is still super cheap. I'll just give you him as a general target.
You kind of have to get those guys, the cheap guys at QB, to fill those spots. Because again, you don't want to sacrifice the good wide receiver room. I like that you have a bunch of good wide receivers, but I mean, if you want to win the league, then this is what I think we got to do here. So
yeah, I would go for an Algier.
Yeah.
Try to play the market with him. See if you can get any extra help at running back this season. When we're moving off of Shakir, and then a wide receiver option would be like a Terry or a DJ Moore. Both of those guys are pretty cheap in the market right now. So, down tiering from Chase. Let's start with Amon-Ra St. Brown and CeeDee Lamb. Basically, just going down to the next tier guys. Jefferson. So, with Lamb, would probably be looking at that. I would probably be looking at that mid first, actually, that he has the 106.
Yeah, I'd say him in the first.
Jefferson.
I like this idea too.
Actually, see if you could implement Baker into a Jefferson deal, because he's actually the cheapest of those three in a chase down tier, and that would help out your QB room a lot.
Nate, he could down tier to a running back from one of those wide receivers, and I would be cool with it.
Yeah, yep.
Because you're essentially just like shifting the flex spot. So the Jahmyr Gibbs teams has Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
So maybe you try something like that, Crispy, like where you're down tiering from like one of your guys to like Jahmyr Gibbs and Adams, and see if you can get that.
I'm good with that concept.
Yeah,
because then you just shift over to flexing a running back instead of a wide receiver, which is preferable for us anyways.
We'd like that. Yeah.
Drake London plus a Bucky is another possibility. If you were to go to like a Hampton, you could get a big plus there on top too. Like try like Hampton and BTJ.
Yeah. I will say this. Bucky is a little bit sketch for me right now. If you could do, who else is even on that team? Actually, I guess that's part of it.
The London team.
Yes, because Bucky's a tough one for me right now.
You could try T. Higgins instead. You get multiple wide receivers.
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel that much better. So, but yeah, Crispy says he likes the Gibbs idea. I kind of like that too. Like, I honestly don't mind having an elite running back and then having an elite wide receiver, and then filling it with like your Devontae Adams, your Michael Pittman, like you already have, your Breece Halls, your Travis Etienne's. Like those are solid flex spots, and so I like that idea too, personally.
Yeah. Okay, so those are our 3 move concepts here. As far as top priorities for this team, I mean, again, we're trying to be pretty strategic with your down tiering here to raise your production ceiling across the board. And right now, your production ceiling can definitely be increased quite a bit by down tiering from those top guys. We rarely recommend down tiering just for the heck of it. We only do it when it's very, very necessary. And honestly, we do it less even than we did like a year ago.
He did say the Mike team is his brother. They like don't trade a whole lot. So let me check. That team had JT, Baker, Jefferson. So probably not Jefferson there. That was in the down tier at wide receiver, right?
Yeah.
Give me somebody else there.
Neighbors is the other guy that's there.
Okay. Yeah, Neighbors is actually a really good buy right now because of the negative press he's been getting. So if you can get Neighbors,
try Neighbors and
Scattaboo. Yeah, there you go. I agree with that. That guy also has the 101. You could potentially look at that deal. The 101, you're essentially drafting a Gibbs, a Bijan. Like, I mean, you're drafting that level player. So you could, if you know that guy doesn't view the 101 at the same level as some of these guys, you could try getting the 101 in that deal. I saw somebody mention that in the comments. I think that's a great idea. So,
yep. Again, any productive vets that you can get in some of these moves, like the Devontae Adams that we mentioned, don't be afraid to get them because they will increase in value heading into next season. And don't worry about your production as much as it's getting value wins in the near future. 9-month window, right?
Yep. Yeah. And Crispy's active. So like, I mean, yeah, like Nate said, just, don't worry. You don't necessarily need to put together a lineup now. We're obviously thinking lineup, but again, like, you've got quite a while. And if this, I don't know how active this league is. I know you see your brother's in it as well, but like if it's active enough and you can just play the market for now, obviously we prefer that. And so I definitely would. Like this is one again, where it's weird, like your value's kind of in the middle, but you can contend. You could easily take this back to like, hey, I'm comfortably in the top 3 here. No questions asked. If you just make a couple like small value wins, in my opinion. So.
Yep. I had a team really similar to this that went almost all the way last year where I was flexing like Romeo Dobbs every week and I was just winning games and I got the buy and I was like, okay. And that's just kind of how it goes in some of those leagues.
Yeah. What questions do you have, Crispy? Just drop it. If you have any questions, just put them in the chat right now. We can go ahead and answer them. But I want to obviously make sure you're good to go on this one. It's a fine team. Again, like the league landscape is what kind of it's so interesting. And the flock power rankings have you like rocketed high because the flock power rankings really, 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 really value your top end wide receivers. Like really do. Like you have a good chance of having this
like too much.
like without without one of JSN or Chase. Just because you have one of them, you'd probably get up here. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I know that can be confusing, but power rankings aren't everything. Like, they can lie to you. We want to make sure, obviously, we're doing what we think is best for this team long term. So,
yep. All right. All
right. Matt said he signed up, I think, right? Matt, I saw that. Yep. Matt says subscribe and use the review. We've got that, Nate. He's in the queue. He is Matt M, and he's alive.
Okay. Sweet.
Denick, I think Denick's up next.
Yep.
Denick, do you want a premium instead of a live? You can do it. You bought an a la carte. If you want to just super chat the rest of it, we can do a premium for you. I know you asked about that. But so I think I'm good for now. We'll DM with any question. All right, perfect. Yeah, I'll be looking out for your DMs. Appreciate you. David says we're backwards because I'm on the left and he can't handle it. Yeah, I know. That's weird. Scott, make notes. We're going to have to switch that for the Thursday live stream. Yeah, as for the rest of you, we are going to do it. We can stay on and do this as long as you guys want tonight. So check out the link right there. I just dropped it. You can get your team reviewed. And again, if you're going to do it, get the free one. Well, any new members tonight, we'll put your blueprint up and we'll do it. No extra for a live or anything like that. So.
All right. Are we doing a premium for Denick?
Let's see. I haven't seen him comment about it yet. Let's skip him and see what he says.
Okay.
Also, did you ask Nathan? Did Avery ask Nathan about Drake May's nickname? I didn't. I haven't talked to Nathan about it. Drake? You mean Drake? Drake May? I love his nickname.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Do you not like it?
I don't want to talk about it. G Money.
Are you? No, hold on. Seriously?
I already talked about it, and
It's hilarious, dude.
I'm done talking about it. It's not funny at all. So G Money 3.
Oh my gosh.
Team name is G Darnell Money. Said, hey guys, love watching your vids. This is my team. Everyone is under 24. LOL. I also have the 101 and the 103. I plan to take Love and hopefully Tyson. I'm looking for guys who fit the timeline, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. Okay. Wow. Okay, so this is a 10 team. I thought it was an 8 team for whatever reason.
You crashed out over a nickname.
I think this is a 10 team. There must be 2 null teams in this league.
This is a 10-team start 9 Superflex.
Yeah, only 8 are showing because there are only 8 assigned teams. So, okay. Production share is 8.1%, which is good for 9th in this league. Value share is 11.3%, which is 3rd in the league. Grading this out, we got Caleb Williams and CJ Stroud and Cam Ward, which will be like a 6. Jency Henderson Quinshawn is going to be like an 8. Marv, BTJ, Hunter, Burden, Franklin, Chim GK, it's going to be like a 6. And then Tyler Warren and Colson Loveland's an 8. Honestly, I'll give you a 9 there.
Yeah, Loveland's going up, man. He is going up.
Yeah, as he should.
Yeah,
I'd take London over or Loveland over Warren straight up.
I would too. And they're still like back to back on keep trade cut. And like if there's people
on keep trade cut, Warren's still a lot higher than Loveland, but
which is ridiculous
closer.
to me. It's a round and it shouldn't be that way. I think it's lagging. If you guys can flip Warren for Loveland or even Warren plus a small piece for Loveland on your teams, I would definitely do that right now.
Yep. 226 first, no 27 first. We're gonna give you a draft capital grade of 5, bench score of 3, overall grade 6.8. We're gonna go standard value all rounded here in a 10 team.
Yep. Yeah, Denick, that's fine. Do that. And yeah, you'll be good.
Contend. Yep. So
hey, Psychality, if you send another one in, we can get you, dude.
I wouldn't put a ton of stock into the production share for this team being 9th in the league because you do have a lot of young guys. So like they're going to take a minute to come on, and a lot of them did towards the end of this past season. So you'll be fine there.
Yeah, and I see G Money in the comments. So if you have any questions, Graham, just let us know, man. We appreciate it. He says, I have the 101, 103 this year. I don't know why it doesn't show. I don't think they've gotten it fixed on the site yet. So to where it's
sometimes it shows up, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. So we've got it on our end, and what we give his draft capital. That's a 10 for sure. So I mean, he's got the 101. So dang.
Probably more like a 8. Okay, so Henderson, or sorry, not Henderson. We're going to pivot off of Warren for sure. We don't need both of these tight ends, especially in a non-tight end premium. It's unnecessary. We'll move Warren for another position straight up, probably a wide receiver, because that's our biggest area of need.
I mean, you could move Stroud for a wide receiver too.
Yeah.
Because I don't even think you've got Cam Ward.
Stroud.
I think Cam Ward's going to be solid for a quarterback too. But then, like, if Stafford plays another year, what I would do is I would run Caleb, Cam, and Stafford next year. I would trade Stroud for that other wide receiver. But again, this is only a start. What? 2, 5, 8? It's only a start 8, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You know, we always talk about how bad of a value CJ Stroud is, and we never talk about how bad CJ Stroud actually has been this year.
His value's only going to keep going up, dude, because they won. And again, it's the fallacy that because the Texans are good, CJ Stroud is good at fantasy, and it's crazy to me.
I'm saying like as a player, he's been awful this year.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like,
did you watch any of that game yesterday?
Yeah, I watched some of it.
He looked like literal trash.
Now I missed the part where
Davis Mills looks just as good as Stroud when he's on the field this year.
I missed the part where the Texans actually scored the most points because I watched most like the first half into the second.
Yeah,
half,
so going into the fourth quarter, it was 6-7, and then the Texans defense scored like 2 touchdowns.
Okay, that's
and then they had another turnover.
They got up so quick.
They had like another turnover that put them in a scoring position or whatever. So their offense.
Yeah, dude, there were Texans fans at the bar I was watching it.
Their offense looks awful. Like
their offense is awful. It's crazy that there's good. I haven't even talked to you about this, dude. How about Tomlin stepping down? Holy crap.
I'm not shocked that it happened because I knew it was going to be only a matter of time. I guess I'm like, it's always going to be surprising when it does happen because it's Mike Tomlin. But almost everyone knew that it was only a matter of time. Like literally everyone knew it was only a matter of time. Yeah. So whether it was last year, this year, next year, doesn't really matter. Like they're not going anywhere and they're not going to go anywhere with him because he won't, like they're not going to tank. So
yeah, I guess leaving on his own terms was always going to be the best option.
Yep. I definitely think that's the way it went. I think they said, I mean, he got a short contract extension a couple years ago anyways. And I think they probably just told him like, hey,
yeah,
you're going to want to step down. So
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he already said he's not coaching next year. So he's going to
people have been saying he might go to TV, dude.
He'll take at least a year off. Yeah, I mean, we've seen people go to TV and then come back and coach later too. But I don't know what he'll do. We'll TV probably this year, yes, but long term, I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure. Okay, then the last thing I'm going to have you do is probably an up tier. Honestly, let's do a...
yeah, you do need to do an up tier here. I agree.
This is a start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 teams start 8. Let's take BTJ and Hunter and up tier.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't want to up tier with Burton.
Well, here's the thing. Like BTJ and Hunter, I feel like you're gonna have a really hard time getting people to buy both of them together. So I wonder if what you do is you pivot from Tyler Warren to receiver, Stroud to receiver, and then you just take 2 of the receivers you trade for, or one of the receivers in BTJ or Hunter, and then up tier then. We'll give him BTJ and Hunter on the blueprint, but like just keep that in mind here, G Money. Like I don't know that you'll have that many buyers. Obviously, if you do and you can offload both of them, the more power to you. I think you'll have a little bit of trouble people buying them both. The one thing you could say to them is, hey, like BTJ, he's probably not going to be on the same team as Travis Hunter. So you could try that angle as well. But I just think once you get this wide receiver value, then you're probably going to want to up tier. You've got Love. You honestly could afford a second up tier once you draft Love and whoever at the 103. You've got a lot to play with here. I mean, you just have to make sure, most importantly, like, again, I would roll Caleb and then cheap at quarterback, Genty, Love. I would probably take Henderson and Judkins, or probably just Henderson plus. And you've got to just make sure these wide receivers are better. So at wide receiver, like I think you need to give him, Nate, like top guys to up tier too. I think he needs to have.
Yeah, London.
Yeah, London's fine.
London, Tet, Jefferson.
Yeah, I would say Jefferson, London, and Amon-Ra. I'd probably want the proven production over the upside play and Tet on this team. And the other thing is, like, again, if you can get the cheapest you can get wide receiver ones, the better. But the main thing with the amount of value you have on this team is, you need to be making sure that your starting lineup spots are as high upside as possible. In fact, Nate, like, I actually wouldn't be opposed to taking Luther Burden and up tiering in this format.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, it's up to you. It's your preference of Hunter or Burden.
yeah, and I think there's maybe more of a market for Burden, and that's fine with me. Because again, really in a start 9 like this, Burden probably won't see your lineup with all the running backs you have. So
yep. True. Okay. When you're looking to up tier, make sure that you're looking at rebuilds and reloads. Most likely are going to be your best guys to go for. They're going to be the most willing to down tier in this format. So
yeah.
Any questions on this one, man?
Yeah. What questions do you have, man? I want to make sure everything's answered right now. I haven't seen anything. So I like Jonathan Brooks. I think he can start for the Panthers next year. Get him as a throw-in then. Like, those are the guys like Caleb Johnson. I love Caleb Johnson as a throw-in. Now I really like Caleb Johnson as a throw-in. But yeah, Cal's saying up tier all day, and I kind of agree, Cal. Like I'm thinking, again, you just got to get the best. You got to get top 10 players scoring at every position. You already have that with running back. You have an abundance of them. Take care of wide receiver, and you're gonna be chilling in this league. So Tomlin's rumored to go to Baltimore. That would be crazy. That would be crazy.
Did you see what Baltimore's owner said about that?
No.
He said if we do that, then Harbaugh should go to Pittsburgh.
That's funny.
Yeah.
A couple questions here. What's up, Largriff? Good to see you, by the way.
Calling out CKE. Let us know if you're on the stream.
He is. Yep. CKE says, subscribe to Annual Mother Flocker, submit a team review. Should I be in the queue for tonight? You are. Yep. We got you. You're good to go.
Sweet,
Appreciate you, man.
Welcome.
We'll get you done. There was another one. Graham did say Fact's going to be tough for Burden to crack the lineup, especially if he's not a wide receiver 1. I agree. One guy has Ladd, Lund, and Bijan. I want all 3 somehow. Definitely. Like, see if you can't get from like to Bijan as well. Bijan is crazy. So, Psychality said, if I put in my premium, can you get done tonight? Yeah, that's fine. Again, all cart premiums. So
yeah, a la carte premium can't be a voucher upgrade.
Avery, is Caleb Johnson going to be on the James Conner career arc? I would say if even better. Like, I mean, I think he could be. I don't even know, but I mean, in terms of like path, yeah, no, I agree. So, yeah, we did have a question here. John said, I would buy a team review. I'm still waiting for an in-depth video of how to choose what. So I'm not about to go navigate Discord if I screw up. Hey, Scott, pull up the site, the main page of the site. Let me walk John through this real quick. And I can tell you. I'll just go to the main page and we'll walk him through the team review process.
All right, he's got it.
All right, go to personalized advice, top right corner. You'll do that. You'll click team review. Okay, so you'll just go to team review. It will bring up this page here. You should be able to select your league. If you don't have your league linked, you'll use your sleeper league ID to link your league or whatever league ID, or we can do non-linked teams. Then you'll hit next. Okay. And then you're going to go and you're going to select your team. I'm assuming it's showing on the screen as I do this. I'm trying to pace it well. You're going to select your team. Okay. Make sure your roster, your picks are correct. And then you'll go to this next page. Can they see the next page? With the drop down.
Yes, they can
Nate,
see it. Yep.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, you can get on the mic and talk to me. Okay, so then click this drop down, show them the drop down, Scott, and show them his options. So you just have to go select us as a creator. And then if you click the drop down, you have these 3 options. You have the team blueprint, which is the one done off screen, the live team blueprint, which is done live, and then the blueprint premium, which is our best product we've ever released, full blown team review experience. So you can just select which one you want. Again, if you're not a member, you get a free live one with the membership. And so it's the same price. It's cheaper to get the membership. So get the membership, co-domain Annual Mother Flocker as well. Appreciate you, John. Yeah, he said thank you. So, all right, we're good. Let's keep it rolling.
All right, Danik, let's do this, man. Said, so did I win Rookie of the Year? Traded Henderson for Neighbors midseason. The guy really believes. Nice. Love my wide receiver core. Just wondering what moves to make behind Dart at quarterback and weak at running back. Go Indiana.
Go Hoosiers, baby.
Appreciate it, man.
Denix is a premium, by the way. You saw that, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Let's do it.
Okay.
I have Superflex 12 team. Start 12. Is that correct? It's a deep league.
Yes.
Team named Denick here. Let's grade out your positions first. Get in your production value share. Somebody to ask, I think it was Cal. I think Cal asked where the production and value share is. We created an algorithm on our back end to calculate production and value share. So basically, we have a calculator because we have a bunch of rules for it and stuff like that. And so we calculate that on our end and we put it on blueprints. And so again, yeah, that's the way you get that for your team is when we review your team, we give that. It was a complicated process, but let's grade this out for Denick here. Jackson Dart, Kyler Murray, and Michael Penix in a 12-team Superflex. It's probably a 6, Nate, don't you think? It's not a 5.
Where at QB?
Quarterback, yeah.
Yeah, probably 6.
Okay. Woody Marks Taj is a 1. JSN, Puka, Neighbors. This is stupid, dude. You know this is stupid.
Yeah, that's a 10.
That's crazy. And then Rondé Gadsden and Dallas Goedert is like
5.
A 5, I think. Yeah. Your picks, you've got a first this year, 3 seconds, and 4 thirds. Got all your picks next year, including an extra 4th. And I did want to check. I think he has the 108 is the pick he has. Based on what he said in the comments. So I think he's got the 108. So his draft capital is fine. It's going to be a 6 or a 7 there. And yeah, looking at your production share, 9.6%. That's 5th in your league. So you're middle of the road here. Your value share is 11.1%. Obviously, 1st in the league. You've got all those wide receivers. This is really good. This is probably a.
I would go probably standard value wide receiver factory.
Wide receiver factory. That's what I'm thinking too. So we'll have you contend both the next 2 years for sure. And yeah, this is a premium, obviously. So want to go into some of your other statistics here as well. Again, you guys can get the premiums. We'll do them live if you buy them all cart tonight. Looking at how you have this team built. First of all, you have, again, roughly an 11.7% value share in terms of the percentage of blueprints. Just is in the 63rd percentile of blueprints that we look at, so pretty good. In terms of your unique build, you probably have a pretty unique one. Standard value wide receiver factor. Actually, I would say probably 11% of our teams we do actually have that one. So yeah, it's a decent amount. Your value proportion graph, you're gonna see it on your blueprint, but it's nuts. Of this value, again, an 11.7% value share on this blueprint for this team. 81% of your value is in wide receiver. This is one of the most wide receiver value heavy teams I've ever seen. And part of it is because you own 26% of all the wide receiver value in your entire 12-team league, which is nuts. So you are very, very, very insulated at the wide receiver position. 2.1% of your team value is running backs, 3% is tight ends, and then 14.5% is QB. And so again, it's all green on the value proportion graph. It's all wide receiver. And again, the value shares at each position kind of recommend or suggest that as well. 5.9% value share. Quarterbacks, you have 5.9% of the league value. You have 1% of the league running back value and 4% of the league tight end value as well. Looking at your 3 factors, which again is going to tell us exactly how strong your dynasty team is in different areas. You'll see on this chart that your insulation, production, and situational scores for wide receivers sky high, but running back really brings down your overall insulation, production, and situational score here. And so 6.8 insulation, 6.5 production, and 3.5 situational. Your situationals for your tight ends, running backs, and quarterbacks are, if you look at those and look at their situations, it's not good. So that's probably your main weakness. Is maybe investing in a little bit better offenses, and that's kind of what that's telling us there. Your average starter age at every position, 25 at quarterback, 24.5 at running back, so getting up there, but again, you don't have a lot of running back value. 23.3 at wide receiver is nuts with the amount of value you have there, and then 22 at tight end. So in our league power rankings, we actually have you first. So you are clearly killing it here. You're almost an enhanced value, in my opinion. You have a lot of JAG developmental guys here. That's 33%. Yeah, it's going to say it's 33% of your roster. It's the way the league is set up. But guys like Torrey Horton, Elijah Arroyo, Brashard Smith, Dante Thornton, Trevor Etienne, and Dylan Gabriel, if you can ever package 2 or 3 of those guys together for anything, please do it. But besides that, you have 19% cornerstones, your top 4 cornerstones here, JSN, Puka, Neighbors in London, obviously all wide receivers here. Upside shots. You have a lot of upside shots. You've got Luther Burden, who is an upside shot. You've got Michael Penix and Woody Marks, who are upside shots, and then Rondé Gadsden as well. And so Lots of upside shots. You got a bunch of serviceable players. Not a ton of foundational. It's a very top heavy team with a lot of future upside as well, is what I'm seeing here. And so again, a really good team with a very high cornerstone rate and a ton of wide receiver value. I think really the main thing, as you've kind of seen as we've walked through this, is just solidifying those other positions where you may not be as strong, if that makes sense. So
yeah, and
we're going to give you some moves to do that now.
Those moves are going to lie really at wide receiver, and then you're probably going to have to do it down tier at quarterback to help you build up running back as well, because again, it really is just wide receiver, and that's pretty much it. And then you have one high-end quarterback guy, and then not much else below that. So a couple of options here. Let's start with wide receiver. I don't want you to move off of both JSN and Puka and down tier from both of those guys. Those are two of the best wide receivers in the NFL. Neighbor's a little more risky. London, less of a pretty down tier guy because he's on the lower end of the cornerstones. So Neighbors is kind of that sweet spot. That's where I would start. I would probably down tier from Neighbors first. And I would move probably kind of like we did in the last blueprint where you down tier to a bigger running back and then a lesser wide receiver, just flipping your value and kind of taking advantage of the strength in one position and spreading it out to other positions. So like an HM plus a Devonta Smith. If you're going to go multiple wide receivers, you could go like a Tet and Olave. If you're going to go wide receiver and running back again, you could go like James Cook and Garrett Wilson. Those types of moves there. With like a Jackson Dart type of down tier, Bo Nix, Dak, Lawrence are the type of QBs that we probably move down to. A Henry on top of a Bo, a BCJ on top of a Dak, or Harvey on top of a Lawrence. And then just kind of take that value and use it however you want. Pivot to guys in the from Harvey to maybe Scatterboo. If you don't feel good about Harvey, I'm totally cool with that. If we were to, again, similar sort of concept as like the Neighbors down tier, but to an even greater extent, if you were to down tier from like a Puka or a JSN, let's just say JSN, for example. You said you already traded away Henderson, actually, but like that's one where you actually can, with JSN's current value, you can down tier to Gibbs and get something on top. You could actually get you could probably get like a Kraft on top.
Yeah, you could.
You could also do a wide receiver plus a QB on top, because you do need a little bit of QB help. Mm-hmm. Probably looking at like a Caleb and a Marv.
Yeah.
And then if you're good to go again, like running back, there's where's the Hampton team? I would try like Hampton and Olave.
Yeah, you might have to throw a little bit more back there, but yeah, I like that a lot.
So some like lower end moves too, just in your depth range. Woody Marks, I would pivot to a Charbonnet instead. Maybe an Adams or a Pierce if you're going to go wide receiver there. Gadsden, Walker, Javonte, Addison, all those guys I prefer, especially if you're able to get like a Tucker Kraft off of another team if you're going for Gibbs. Pivot from Shakir, just go for guys that have higher production upside heading into next season. Terry, DJ Moore, Tyler Algier with value upside depending on where he ends up landing. You kind of just know what Shakir is, and that's a low-end flex option that you're not like super pumped about, and there's a little more upside opportunity in these other situations. As far as draft capital goes, again, you're looking fine there. Feel free to use your 109, shop your 109 to either get some a potential up tier done paired with one of these lower end guys, maybe the 109 plus Gadsden, and try and get something better. Yep. But take advantage of your wide receiver value. Make sure that we're not like super loading a position at the expense of others. And right now we're getting close to that with wide receiver. But also
you have to start 2 running backs, all right? I mean,
right.
You've got to make sure like you can't give up 2, 3, 4 spots in your lineup just to have good wide receivers. I love the value, obviously, but I think what I'd like to see value proportion wise is like 60% wide receiver and then like running back increased by like 15 or 20%. That would make a big difference here.
Yep.
So something to shoot for.
Yeah. Do you have any questions on that, Denick? I know that's a lot of
It's
like,
information overload, but it's so cool
overload.
when you get it and you'll be able to read through all of it. And it's like, I do them for my own teams. I love it. It's a stats guy's dream. But you'll see everything on here, and obviously you can message us anytime. You know that. But did Denick win Rookie of the Year? I don't know. Oh, I did. Oh yeah, he did say also picks 109, 201, 210, and 32. Should I package draft capital find running backs? What should I do with the 101 and 109? You have two options really. Either package the 109 and the 201 and move up in the draft and see how far you can move up, or package them for a running back, or send them individually for running backs. But both of them are good options. But my number one piece of advice to you, Denick, is going to be to sell them immediately, like yesterday. Sell them yesterday. Goes for every single one of you watching that has late firsts and early seconds. Sell them yesterday, please. We genuinely mean it. The class continues. It is an astounding number of players that are going back to school this year.
I swear we're gonna have undrafted free agents going in the third round.
We definitely will. Okay.
I'm exaggerating.
I also think this is going to be a year. I think this is going to be a year where we get a bunch of wide receivers that come off the board in the second and third round that we have literally no idea about. I think that
like when Tesla was going in like the fourth last year, he'll be going like early third, late second this year.
Yeah, that's very true. And Tesla is a great example of a guy that kind of like just came out of nowhere for us. I think there's a couple of those this year, personally. I think teams are going to have to take their shots at wide receiver. So
they're going to have to take their shots everywhere. This class, it's not just fantasy relevant guys. This is a weak class, like across the board. Like defense is rough for the NFL. So, all right, Denick, appreciate you, man. He also said in a super chat, what are your thoughts on Eagles firing an OC and what that future looks like? I think that future is going to be as tumultuous as it has been for the last many years, as long as Sirianni's the head coach, because he's the problem. Yeah. Literally everyone in that offense hates their life, and they have since Sirianni has been their coach. So,
Denick, I would want at least a top 6 pick at the very least. I'd prefer like 104 or 105. Yeah. So, no, I agree. Kyle said this. Kyle said, you may have just said this. Kyle said that if when the GM hires the offense coordinator, it goes well. When Sirianni hires the offense coordinator, it goes terrible. So if they let Howie hire the guy, then it'll probably be better for them. So
yeah.
And then B Silvas did say you guys doing live blueprints tonight. Sorry, I just tuned in. Yep, I just dropped the link for it, so you should have it right there. And go ahead and click. Make sure you select live one. Again, if you are a new member, if you come to a new member, we'll do it for you completely free, obviously. So appreciate you guys. But Denick's is copy. And Denick, you can always just message us. I think you have to let me know what you think of the premium. I've been trying to get feedback from everybody who's getting them, and I think the feedback has been good so far. So,
all right. So Psychality jumps the line next. Trade question from NSAB Bowers for BTJ and Tyler Warren in a 12-team start 8 PPR. I don't know. I don't love this in a start 8.
Grabbing a water real quick, Nate.
I might try to get a little bit more. I don't know. Like here's why I don't like it. If you're gonna move Bowers, just fade tight end. Don't down tier to Warren. Don't waste the value. Warren is not going to be what Bowers and McBride are. He'll be a nice starting option with some good weeks, and he'll get some good target volume every once in a while, but it's not going to be elite level like McBride and Bowers are capable of doing. So like, don't try to replicate it by down tiering to Warren. Just fade the tight end position entirely if you're going to trade him and get a better wide receiver and running back on top. That's my opinion. So I would just hold here. Yeah. All right. Psychality's up next year. Here we go. Well, it's time. Let me know how the first Dynasty startup draft went. Much love. Awesome, man. So this is a Dynasty startup. So we will take that into account when we're grading this team. It's going to be a very even league across the board. This is the draft that we just did. Did you guys finish the draft that quickly? So you went fast draft the rest of the way. Because this is the one that we just reviewed. Wow, this is actually already pretty lopsided. because of some of the trades that these people made. Dang, Ace's team ended up looking real nice. Okay, so Psychality, you were 10th in the power rankings on the Flock site. Production share is going to be 10th at 6%. Value share also going to be 10th at 7.5%.
Already grade out his team, Nate.
Grading out the team, we have Burrow and Caleb Williams. That'll be like I'll give you an 8. Kyron, Saquon. Kyron's actually lost a lot of value. We'll give you a 5 there. Jefferson, DJ Moore Downs, that's a 4. And then Sam Laporta is a 6. So 8, 5, 4, 6. 26 picks we've got. Can you let us know what those picks are?
Yeah, what are the first?
Okay,
just 2 first.
I'm hearing the 104 and the 110.
Okay, cool.
But I don't know if that's true. So,
So you
draft
got the
capital
2
grade, I'll
first.
give you like a 7 there.
Yeah, it's fine.
So he is 10th in production share, 10th in value share. It's actually a little more lopsided because a lot of people made trades in this league.
Yeah, we've got him at 10th as well, like power rankings wise.
Yeah.
So looking at,
are we reloading here?
I mean,
Or are we just
I don't know, man.
Standard value for now.
You could do the quarterback shuffle here, and you could probably get it done.
All right, let's do standard value, well rounded. You'll be in
but he is 10th in his league. Like, it's a competitive league.
Yeah.
10th in production. You got to reload. I think the analytics are telling us to reload here. I think pretty clearly.
All right, 1 year reload, well rounded.
And let's go into some of those analytics here while we're talking about it. In terms of where your blueprint lies, you're going to be in like the 32nd percentile of blueprints we do. And in terms of the, your team, 1 year reload, we don't have a ton of 1 year reloads. It's pretty much, it's kind of a rare build. It's about 7% of the teams we do, but it is one that we're pretty well equipped for, I think. And I think you'll be able to make plenty of moves. Again, the trick to getting out of a rebuild is, of course, to just make as many moves as you can and get small value wins. Looking at how your team is composed, the 3 factors is going to be pretty telling here, I think, for how easily we're going to be able to rebuild this team. 50%, 47.6% to be precise, of your values in quarterback here. The problem is when you have 50% of your team's value being in quarterback and you only have 12% of the overall quarterback value in your league. So your quarterback value shares 12.4%. That's probably a pretty good indicator to us that I think we need to reload and we just need some more value on this team. You're also playing with a lot of competitive people here. I know a lot of these. I know Mills is in here. Echo's in here. Matt Hansen's in here. Like Mr. E's in here. A lot of these guys are sharp. Is this a new league, Nate?
Yeah, it's a new startup.
Okay, I was gonna say I feel like I know all these names. I feel like all these people just joined.
They just did this tonight.
This is tonight's team.
I'm almost certain. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's awesome, dude.
They're
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, well, first of all, from a draft perspective, what did we do here? We did Jefferson and
we did Burrow
and Caleb,
Burrow, Jefferson, Caleb, and then Saquon, Kyron,
Laporta. Yeah, I think you did fine in the draft. Like
probably some
and
picks,
the other
picks sprinkled in there as well.
Yeah, and the other thing that's true. The other thing is, man, I'm really on the fence with this one. I'm not gonna lie, because this team, like this whole league, is so close together in value because they just drafted, and he does have those first, and it's not taking the first into account.
It's a startup, so I don't.
All right,
it's hard. Like it's hard to determine fresh out of a startup what's gonna happen.
No, but that makes me feel better because like it's not incorporating the picks into his value share, the specific picks. And there's nobody else way ahead of him. Now, I do think he'll have trouble moving off of the quarterbacks in a domain league, and that could be problematic. So I think we just do it as a standard value well-rounded, and then we just give him the quarterback moves. If he can't make them, then you might end up on a reload. Like, just your flex spots are telling us you might end up in a reload. But I do feel better about competing since this is a brand new league. So I think you're probably 5th or 6th in value in this league, in my opinion. You guys can still hear me, right? It's silent.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Okay, I want to look at some of your other things here. Your 3 factors. Your insulation and production and situational at QB, great. Your running back, your insulation's not great, but your production and your situational is good. At wide receiver, you don't have a ton of good there. And then tight end is average. 6.3 and 6.3 for installation and production score here, 6.8 for situational score. And so again, sixes or higher, you're mid sixes for every single one of these three factors here. That tells me your installation is good enough to try to contend. Your production is good enough to try to contend. 66 percentile essentially in all of those factors makes me feel better. And again, looking at your average age, you're old at running back, but again, it's because you got Kyron and Saquon, so you're old at running back. 26 and a half is the average age there. 26 and a half for quarterback, 26 for wide receiver. So that is one thing that does stand out to me here. This is an old team. You kind of drafted an old team. And part of that was just taking the value. I don't know what round you got Kyron, and I bet you got Kyron in the 6th or 7th round, right? Let's see if he's in here. Yeah, it's tonight's team. Cool. Man, they finished the draft. That's crazy.
I know. I'm very, very impressed.
How did they do that?
I don't know. We'll talk about it. I'm like, we didn't do it that long ago.
I know. What the heck? The pick I want for my first, I feel helps me a ton. I could be wrong. You're probably right. And I know you don't have to say it. I think he DM'd me. I'm going to not read his DM out loud, but I'm going to read it. And if you want that player, Psychality, I don't want to say this out loud because he's trying to keep him in the DL. If you want that player, my guess is you're going to end up moving up. In my opinion, I wouldn't move up. What I would do if I were you, Psychality, is I would see if you can get somebody to really overpay for the 104 in that league. And if you can't, I probably would just take best value available because I don't think you have the resources on this team to be up tiering in the rookie draft. Don't you agree, Nate? I mean,
yeah, I agree.
Okay, so I honestly would either stay put or sell. Like that's my Kyron round 8 in this draft. No, he did not go in round 8 in this draft. Are you kidding me? Is that actually real?
Wow.
Did he seriously? That's crazy, dude. That's so cheap.
Yeah.
He's a buy, dude. He is a screaming buy. Oh my gosh. All right, good. That makes me feel better.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyways, looking at your roster makeup here real quick. You got a lot of Jags on this team. And again, it's out of a startup. You just drafted a 25-round startup, right? So this is gonna be like this. Your cornerstone, percentage 12.5%, mainstay 12%. It's a very balanced team. Straight out of a startup, I'm not worried about your roster makeup at all. More worried about just kind of noting that you are a little bit old and it's bringing your installation score down a little bit. And so keep that in mind. I think a lot of our moves here, I think
they lie at quarterback. I think we got a down tier from Burrow and Caleb.
Mm-hmm.
So with those moves, again, we're probably looking at guys like Love, Dart, Baker when we're down tiering from Caleb. A guy like Flowers on top of Love, Addison on top of Dart. That's less of a down tier, but it is a little bit of a down tier. And then like Baker, the big one, you're probably looking for someone like James Cook or one of those late 4th, 5th round running backs that went in that range in your startup. With Burrow, like Lawrence, Hurts, you could get a decent plus on top because he went the 3rd round in your draft. You could go to like Hurts plus JMO, like legit in this league. Purdy, try to get Jacobs on top. Jacobs another guy that's fallen quite a bit. Lawrence and Waddle. Sam Laporta is another guy that stands out to me. Again, I'll say this again and again and again until you guys get sick of it. My best teams that made championships this season and have in the past, I have never made a championship with an elite tight end ever. And I don't think it's just coincidence. I think it's because I've faded the position entirely and I win a championship with Colby Parkinson because he scores me 10 points in a tight end premium and I'm fine. Like,
I used to win championships with Tyler Higbee on the Rams. Like,
yeah. Yep.
Like you can do it.
I remember those days. Yeah, so we're going to move Laporta just straight up for another position. Devonta Smith, Scatterboo, Hunter, those types of guys. Those are all going kind of in his range. And then some lower guys here. Josh Downs, there are some guys that have higher value and production upside. Tootin is one of those guys. Algier is another guy. Terry McLaurin, I think, is another big guy. Rico Dowdle, depending on where he signs. Cortland Sutton. Ramondre Stevenson is interesting right now. He's kind of like, you can almost use him to up tier to some guys. I just mentioned Algier. I would prefer like an Algier shot. I would prefer really, if you want to take a shot on Parker Washington, that's fine with me. If you wanted to take a shot on Jaden Reed, that's fine with me. Use those guys, not to hold them forever, but to then package them to get even better upgrades in the future. That would apply to like Rashad White and Isaiah Likely as well. Insert Jack Besh, insert Xavier Legette, insert B-Rob. Right, some of these Jags that we can get up to higher end Jags to potentially serviceable guys like say, Jawan Jennings, Chuba Hubbard right now, Romeo Dobbs. Guys that are a little more liquid. So those are going to be our moves for this team. The big moves, the down tiering from Caleb, Burrow, pivoting off of Laporta, and then your smaller moves that are going to help you get some smaller value wins like playing the market with Downs, Ramondre, Rashad White, Likely, those types of guys. And again, those are going to hopefully be more movable in a startup or fresh out of a startup as well. Like people will be more interested in the lower end guys because they needed to take those shots on players to kind of increase the upside opportunity of their depth. So again, adequate draft capital across the board. I think you're going to be fine there. I would shop that 110 probably at some point, though. You did get the 110 at a pretty fair price. I saw that you got it in like the late 9th round. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
So yeah, plan on maximizing that flex spot upside as much as possible. Definitely want to work on building running back and wide receiver. Those are our priorities. You have a lot of your value tied up in QB right now. And then any volatile situational outlooks that you can avoid, the better heading into the NFL draft. Any questions on this one, man?
Yeah, and again, you're going to have everything that I talked about, like statistical, on the actual Blueprint Premium itself. We'll send this over to you here tomorrow. And yeah, man, I mean, it's a good draft. Like, you drafted well. I like a lot of your picks here. You have to shift around some of your value. And again, if you get stuck not being able to make a lot of the moves, which I would not be surprised, because again, everybody that you just drafted with is watching this channel. And so it's going to be tough, but go with the flow, see what you can do. And if you have to end up reloading, I think you'll be a very good reload as well. And you just need to get younger at that point. And so,
yep.
He did say Kyron was drafted at the 6'11", by the way. So that's a lot less awful, because it's 8th. I literally couldn't handle. Like, that's crazy. But 6'11", I mean, you're talking about pushing him down a round and a half or 2 rounds at this point. So,
yeah.
So I think I'm good. Once I get the blueprint, I'll have any questions, make sure to let you know. Perfect. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. B. Silvis was asking when his renewal is coming up. Can I switch team on with the blueprint for? Absolutely. Yeah. The infinite blueprint. Yes, you can switch it for sure. And then, yeah, I just dropped the link. We have some spots to get your team reviewed if you would like tonight. And so I'm going to go drop that in the chat. If you have any questions about any of that, let us know. But again, anybody who becomes a new member tonight and comes and joins the domain community.
Hey, remember, Avery, it's what time is it there? Central?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's 10 there.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We've got quite a few in the queue.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, now you only get on if you get a Blueprint Premium and become a new member there. Okay. Here we go. No premiums, right?
Matt is up next.
Matt. All right. Matt's one of our new members right here. Matt, say hey in the chat.
Trade
man.
question from Corsac. This is Shuck and BCJ for Purdy and Dobbs. No, I'm gonna hold BCJ and Shuck here. I like Purdy, but yeah, I'm gonna hold the wide receiver here.
Yeah, my bad, y'all. We probably are full for tonight. I think my queue was not refreshed. Sorry, Nate. I'm glad you said that.
You're good.
Yeah. Well, so we'll be taking them for Tuesday. I will be back on here, and I will be on Tuesday as well.
Well, we'll be here on Thursday. We'll be here on Thursday too. So
that's what I said. I said Tuesday. Today's Tuesday. I meant
man,
Thursday.
you've got bird brain.
Shut up. I'm honestly like we're get up pretty dang early. So it's but it's fun. I'm assuming you told everybody where I was, right?
No, I just said you were gone.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm in Texas. I'm hunting birds. So
I said you bailed and left me out to dry.
See, here's the thing. I did technically bail. Even though I'm working
here,
you did bail. But I did bail. Nathan, I'm still doing stuff. I was working last night. But Nate, you are leaving in March, so you are also bailing on me.
I am bailing on you.
So
I'm gonna make you feel it too.
Why? Why does it have to be like that? Why does it have to be like that?
I'm kidding. I'll be around.
Yeah,
It's,
no, you
it's
don't have
not.
to be around.
I'm not going international, so it's not going to be like Scotland.
Domain's international though. We're an international.
Yeah, but it's not like a 6-hour time difference or whatever.
You're going to South Carolina, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's get Matt in here. I think Matt said, "Hey, what's
No
up,
time
dude?
zone
Good to see you."
change. Nothing. Sometimes those low key vacays are they're kind of really nice sometimes, where it's like you don't have to worry about a time change.
I know that is really nice.
It's kind of relaxing.
Oh yeah, Danik, I know you live here. I'm in Lubbock right now. I'll be in Corpus Christi starting tomorrow night. So I'm kind of road tripping across Texas. R Griff, by the way, says he got a blueprint premium for the Star Wars League, which is one of my favorite leagues, by the way. So we'll be ready for that. And big shout out to R Griff. Is this his third year? Was he at 2024? Because I know he just renewed, but I'm pretty sure he's been around a long time. I can't remember.
No, that's 49.
What did you say?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying he renewed. I was giving a shout because he renewed, but I can't remember. I can't remember if he's 2024 or 2025. Like I think this might be his third year.
That's a voucher.
So I know our Griff, but appreciate you, dude. Yeah, of course, if you need anything, let us know. But we love you, dude. Lubbock to Corpus is a long drive. I know, dude. I'm not looking forward to it. Oh, look, Drake May Lover is watching from South Africa. It's 5 a.m. Dynasty Domains International. There you go. There are players in domain leagues in 5 continents. That's awesome. We need to get all the continents, dude. We get somebody from Antarctica playing here. I'll let you know, Danik. Appreciate you, dude. It's fun. Lubbock, home of the Dixie Chicks, or now the Chicks, because they had to change their name evidently. All right. Drake May Lover asked if we were going to get to his today. Yeah, we will. Yours is in the queue. You're good. And also, I'm just going to put this out there. So I'll say, I'm just going to say that Nate is not a man of culture for not liking that nickname because it's very funny. So, all right, here we go. Matt, we're going to get into yours now. Appreciate you, dude.
Literally paid you to say that.
They did. I'm not. Well, I mean, they are our customers. So
Neighbors Think I'm Selling Dope is the team name here. First year doing Dynasty going into the first off season. Mid-season was 11th in points for, and team was not performing, so decided to retool for next year. Traded Gibbs for Neighbors, Tet, Scat, 108. Golly gracious me, how the heck did you do that? What? You get Gibbs for Neighbors, McMillan, Scattaboo, and the 108? What in the world? Well, good on you, dude. Definitely need running back and would love to trade up to the 101, but guys not willing, trying to get Walker. Okay.
Sweet.
Well, I'm glad you're trying to get Walker because we've been recommending a lot of teams go for Walker.
It's a good buy right now.
Yeah. So 7.6% production share, 10th in the league. 10.8% value share, which is 3rd in the league. Grading this out positionally, we got Drake May and Justin Herbert at QB, which will be a 10 and a 1 QB. Scattaboo, Chuba, that's a 2. Neighbors, Tet, Ibuka, T, Golden, DJ Moore's going to be an 8, and then K-Dot and Tonjes is a 1.
Yep.
Interesting. Got a couple firsts this year. I go standard value, well-rounded.
Yeah, I'm with you. You saw his.
Actually, sorry. This is my bad. This is a standard value wide receiver factory.
Yeah, I don't know if you said this, but that Gibbs trade is insane, dude.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay,
I spent like 30 seconds trying to figure out if it was real.
That's literally crazy.
Yeah,
that's how you win it. Dynasty right there.
Literally a single trade. In a single trade, you change your status from a hard rebuild to a contender.
That's one of the craziest.
In one trade.
That's the art of the down tier right there, baby.
That is the art of the down tier. Okay. Moves. Oh, man. I love moving off top QBs in a 1 QB league. It's like my favorite thing of all time. People probably hate me for it at this point. Moving Drake May for another position. You can get by with Herbert, no problem.
Wide receiver. Running back.
Running back. Yep.
Yeah. Let me check here. We got running back for Drake May. Obviously, you're looking at like James Cook, probably high end, like Omar and Hampton, Travion and James Cook. Low end Quinshawn CMC. I would say Cook, Henderson, and Hampton are your targets there.
Yep, I agree. And then Ibuka, I would pivot to another wide receiver or a running back. You choose, man. Whichever one you get better value return essentially for.
We also need to make a golden. We could do a golden and Ibuka up tier.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that.
All right, let's do that.
We can get.
Yeah, let's see. So obviously we're moving from Ibuka. It's just going to depend on how high we can get. I would say Tet.
Yeah,
you probably only. Oh yeah. So then this is kind of tough.
You can try London. London is super unpopular right now. I think he's very achievable.
I just don't think with Golden you could get to Jefferson here, so that makes it kind of tough.
No, probably not.
I'm gonna put some running backs in here as well.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put like JT.
Yep.
And
I mean, I would say Henderson or Hampton again.
Yeah, I was gonna say Hampton would honestly be my other one there if you can't get Hampton done with the other deal. So
yeah. Then our third move. Honestly, I like Chuba as a hold here. I'm interested to see where he goes in the offseason. Let's do.
I like that too. Chuba's definitely a hold.
Yeah. If you end up not doing the Ibuka up tier because you end up getting moving Ibuka for say like James Cook or Henderson straight up, especially James Cook, that's definitely possible, or like a Pickens, something like that. Then what you could do is you could just pivot from Matthew Golden because he actually has a market in his own right around a couple of other guys that we're a lot more interested in, e.g. Wandell, Adams, Pierce. Literally any one of those guys we're more interested in than Golden.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was going to. Oh, what's his other pick? I think he's got the 108, but what's the other one?
108, but what's his other one? The 103.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I would shot the 108 and a 1 QB.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now with the 103, I mean, I'm fine taking. You're going to get a receiver there is the problem, and you really need running back here. But I'm fine using that 103 to either pick or trade it away. I don't even really.
Yeah,
care.
probably hold on to it. I'm cool holding on to it there.
I would agree.
Because if Tyson goes 102 as expected, or the best wide receiver goes 102 expected, you're probably, let's say that we have a surprise running back go in the mid-second round, not a surprise running back, but if Price or Coleman goes second rounds like we expect one of them to, then they're probably going to go in the 103 to 105 range.
Yeah,
in this class. So, yeah, man, this one's pretty straightforward. We basically just want to translate some of the value that you currently hold at QB and wide receiver and move it over to the running back position, and you're going to be looking pretty good there. Definitely want to take advantage of your QB value and spread it out elsewhere.
I mean, if you do that, you're going to be in really good shape here. I want to make sure you don't have any questions on any of this. So drop your questions here in the chat so we can answer them for you real quick. But do we have anything else for him, Nate? I mean, I think we covered most of it. Like this is.
Yep, we're good.
It's a solid team. You're just really looking at the gap between value share and production share, 3rd and 10th there. Like you close that gap and you're going to be a firm contender. So, couple comments here. David says, my Jags would have smoked any team in the playoffs that didn't have Josh Allen. Are y'all coming to Florida for the Natty?
Yes,
we are going to be in Florida, and people are asking if we're driving. We are flying. And spoiler alert, we're actually just staying there. We'll be in Florida next week, but we're going to be together. So we're going to be streaming just from Florida. So we'll be doing all of our normal live streams and all of our normal videos, but we're going to be in the tropical paradise of the Florida Keys. So how about that? And we're taking our wives with us, so they're going to be very happy with us. So, and happy wives mean happy Nathan and Avery, which means happy you guys. So that's obviously very good. By the way, David, I do want to say, it's funny that you asked about the national championship game because you told me they were going to get smoked by Ohio State, and then you said they'd lose to every SEC team, and then you said that they were fraudulent, and then you said that they'd get smoked if they had played. So I'm just surprised because you told me they sucked. So he says, got to pay $199 to troll the live streams now. No, you can pay $199. I'll troll you right back. So go Hoosiers, baby. And we're going to win. So Jack says need an Airbnb to stay at. Do you have one? We have one, but do you have one?
I think it's funny. Like every show that I've listened to, every like sports media person that's respectable, all of them are like scared to say that IU is going to win because it's so very, very, very favorable for IU.
Yeah.
It's kind of like last game. They're like everybody.
They have to make the storylines. Like
they have to make the storylines, and they're like.
And I think Miami's good, and I think Miami is going to give IU a run. I mean, I think they're going to play IU better than Alabama and Oregon.
I think it'll be closer than any game that they've had in the CFP,
100%,
which doesn't take much, but like I think it'll be a close game. The games that IU has struggled in this year have been the teams that play like Miami. That was Iowa and Penn State, and their defenses really, really got to Fernando. So
they could do it.
If they do that, then it's going to be really close. So
yeah, and they've played well recently, so it's going to be a good game. And I'm definitely not looking past Miami. They're going to be great.
We're literally going to be sick as crap day of
dying. But I think we're going to win. I'm confident in my team, but it'll be fun and we'll be there. So yeah, we're excited. All right, let's go to CKE, one of our other newest members here. I didn't see any questions from Matt. So again, Matt, if you have any questions, drop in the chat. You can always message Nathan or I on Discord. It's part of your membership. So add us on friends as friends on Discord and DM us as well. Yeah, nice, Jack. We do have one close to the stadium. We're actually staying somewhere close to my family who's going down there as well. But I appreciate it, man. That's really cool. I definitely would have taken you up on that if we were going to be. We're only going to be in Miami for a day. So, all right, cool. Let's do this. So, again, CKE, welcome. Appreciate you, man. You can also send Nathan and I a friend request on Discord. We appreciate you being a member. So this, for some reason, 26 Fish didn't come over. He has the 101, 201, 208, 211, and the 36. That's really good to know. It's obviously going to heavily impact your value here. Team name here is going to be CKE22. This is a 12-team 1QB PPR league without a tight end premium. You got Bryce Young. That's a 3 in a 1QB league. You got Shuck down there as well, which I like. Bucky alone is a 2. Tet, Burden, Kalish Shakir, Alec Iman is a 4, and Colson Loveland is. He's like
an 8.
I think he's gonna say he's an 8 at this point. And you did mention
he's a foundational now.
Nice. I figured he would be.
Yep.
I've got a thorn in my finger and it hurts so bad. It's buried. It's gonna die in there. So
we'll make it stop. Tell it to shut up.
It's not. He did say, Nate, that he has 2 firsts this year.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. I'm sorry. He has the 101 and the 201. Yeah. Okay, so that's what we're good. So draft capital grade is going to be like an 8 there. Really solid. You got the 101, and you got your first for next year as well. In terms of the 101 really does prop up your overall value portfolio here. But in terms of what we actually have to calculate, fit 5.8% production shares, 12th in your league, 5.4% value shares, also 10th. However, I would expect your value share to be probably in the 7 to 8 range once you draft Jeremiah Love on this team. In terms of your outlook, it's tough because you have some guys on this team. You have the 101.
I think we're going to go hard rebuild, player deficient.
I think you go hard rebuild here. And so we're just basically, again, going to focus on we're just going to make as many moves as we can, man. Like that's what you have to do to get out of a hard rebuild. So let us know. Let me know in the chat how active this league is. Hopefully it's really active here for you.
First question, are we pivoting from Bucky or are we down tiering from Bucky?
Oh, Bucky is such a hard eval. Let me check.
I think let's do a Bucky pivot instead of a
do a pivot and pivot to Garrett Wilson, Quinshon Judkins, Chris Olave. I like all those guys pretty much. Pickens, I like all those guys.
Marv.
And CKE, if you're here in the chat, again, say hey so we can see that you're here. Now, and if you're watching this later, just message us.
Now on this team with Levin, we're being priced where he's starting to be priced, which is at or ahead of Tyler Warren. He actually went a round ahead of Warren in today's startup. He went in the 4th round. Should we just move Loveland?
I think what I would do is wait until the Bears get eliminated to move Loveland, just in case he has another huge game.
Okay, so here's what I'll do. I'm gonna recommend Loveland as a move, and I'm gonna over target. I'm gonna give you targets that are more expensive than Loveland currently because that's where we anticipate where he's gonna be. And then once they're eliminated, you can reevaluate. But again, with positional value, we want you to build primarily running back and wide receiver before the onesie positions in a 1QB format.
Yeah. That's really what we're focusing for here. He said, very active. It's year 5 of this league. That's actually really awesome. So I like this. I think you're going to be able to get out of this hard rebuild pretty easily here. I love some of the guys you have, some of the foundational guys you have as well. You have, Tet and Bucky, both foundational. We're going to pivot to another foundational guy, obviously. But then the upside shots here, Burden, Young, Colson Loveland is now a foundational piece for you. And then Tyler Shuck is an upside shot. So I like it. I mean, you're on the right track, and we just have to get more of those upside shots. If we could get is there an opportunity here to trade some of the Jags, package the Jags together on this team?
I would probably just need to take Shakir.
Yeah.
You can just take Shakir, and you can get some guys that have higher value upside in that range, like Tyler Algier, Bashal Tootin.
So Shakir, FYI, and the player archetype for you guys is a serviceable. So on a serviceable asset is probably not going to maintain its value for the duration of a hard rebuild in terms of the life cycle of that player. And so serviceable guys are going to be guys we definitely recommend moving off of in hard rebuilds. And another serviceable guy, the only other serviceable guy on your roster here is Daniel Jones. And so I think that would be the other guy I would say, hey, at any point, if you can move off of Jones, I'd be good with that as well. It's going to be a small deal. But
it's going to be tough in a 1 QB, but.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. So
again, the more active you are, the quicker this rebuild is going to be. Just make as many trades as possible to build value wins. And again, in a 1 QB, we're not worried about QB and tight end right now. We're worried about wide receiver and running back primarily.
Yeah, and he did say contended year 1 and year 2.
Try to get sorry, what?
He said contended year 1 and year 2. The last 2 have been a disaster. So that's kind of where the reload comes in, like where we try to avoid that. But I honestly don't think like you're in a disaster type situation here, even though you're a hard rebuild. I'm just being honest with you. So
yeah, any future picks that you can get at a quote unquote discount from contenders in your league, or from like contenders that think they're contending but might not be. Those are going to be the picks that you're going to want to go to. Try to convince teams that might be reloading that they're actually contending. Convince them to offload their picks and then put them in a pickle.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Any questions on that, man?
Yeah. Well, CKE, I want to make sure you're taken care of here. Scott, make sure you give him a trade question, of course. So you can submit. Should have vouchers as well. He said, I just picked DJ up as a throw-in for a trade. DJ Moore got Burden and DJ back. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And again, like maybe next year, honestly, when I would move off of Jones in a 1 QB is when somebody loses their starting quarterback next year and Daniel Jones is like getting QB sneaks and being productive somehow. When that opportunity comes, he's gone. So, but yeah, drop any questions you have. You obviously can submit any questions through the trade function on the site as well. And so you'll have that, but we appreciate you, dude. And if you have any questions, let us know, man. Thanks for being a member. Again, you can message Nathan and I anytime on Discord. So this is just the beginning of your blueprint. If you have any questions, obviously this is the beginning of the process. The follow through is making sure you can ask us things, ask the Discord things, use your resources to make sure you can follow through with this plan. But yeah, we appreciate you, dude.
All right.
I think
Drake may love it.
Just making sure we're on the same page, Nate. I think Brian's is the first one for Thursday, right?
Yes.
That one. Okay. C Arter is our last one for tonight.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Drake May is love. Drake May is life. He says, hello, been a while. Hope you guys are good. We're great, man. Hope you're doing well as well, man. Kittle went down. I traded Ibuka for my 27 first back and some other pieces at 28 first. Okay, nice. I have a good offer right now for Derrick Henry and Javonte Williams for the 106 this year. And then a 27 second plus Troy Franklin. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to go full tank next year for Smith is what he's saying. So let's take a look and see if that's a team that maybe fits the profile of one that we want to actually blow it up on. This is a 12-team Superflex Start 11. It is a full point PPR league. Again, team name Drake May Lover. I am fully on board with Drake May. So, again, we're going to grade this out as 12-team Superflex. It is pretty much domain rules here. Superflex Drake May and Caleb Williams an 8. Probably I'm really close to a 9, honestly. Yeah. Quinshawn, Javonte, Derrick Henry. It's between a 5 and a 6. That's pretty good. Romo, Dunze, BTJ, DK, Jaden Higgins. This is a 4 here. And then Kittle is going to be and Theo Johnson's going to be like a 6 here. So I
Probably
know Kittle obviously
probably a 5 now.
Yeah, I was going to say Kittle's is going to bleed value now. That blows, dude. That honestly,
I
is a
feel so
mistake
bad for him.
Well, I honestly feel bad for the people that have already made deals for Kittle in the offseason because we said he was such a good trade target.
Yeah, I mean,
that's one thing that we need to keep in mind moving forward is that when you're suggesting trade targets that are still playing, there's obviously the off chance that they get hurt.
Yeah, I mean that's half the league though.
I know. Yeah, that's
literally
true.
half the league.
So, I am with you.
What are we gonna do?
Hard. So you only have a first next year. You said it's your own 27 first. We'll give you 3 at draft capital. Obviously, I wish you had more there. And then looking at some of your statistics here for your team, production share is 8%. That's 6th in your league. Your value share is 8.8%. That is 4th in your league. You got a lot of value at quarterback here. To me, this is top 4 and top 6 in a 12 team, a standard value, well-rounded team.
We'll go do elite QB.
Oh yeah, perfect. Yeah, man, I'm really surprised it didn't catch that.
It's under construction.
Yeah, I figured. And you got Malik Willis. I'm getting a lot of trade offers from Malik Willis, but I will say most of them are from Corey, so they don't really count because I'm just not giving him Malik Willis. But
nice.
He's a sleeper starter next year, I think. So
yeah.
All right. So yeah, let's take a look at this. It's contend, by the way, Scott. So you have the cornerstone in May, but then you have your next highest guy, obviously Caleb. But then your third most valuable player on this team is Rome Odunze, and then Quinshawn, and then BTJ.
We gotta work on receiver. That's our sole focus.
I agree. And I don't love having multiple receivers in Rome Odunze and Brian Thomas that have that upside, but are just not proven. So you really don't know what you're going to get from a production standpoint next year. If we really
I would be pivoting from Rome.
I would too at this point. That sucks, dude. I'm mad.
I mean, the nice thing is Rome, at the end of the day, from the beginning of the season to the end of the season, he has not lost value. So.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, boss to boss, we'll be live Thursday at 6:00 again. So, and he did say, Drake Maylover did say, I would also move DK for young players and picks. Yeah, do that. I like that. I'm selling DK no matter what. I don't know who the quarterback's going to be there next year. We don't know who the coach is going to be next year. And DK was in a decent situation to be productive. I don't think DK is a good fantasy asset. I just don't. So I don't own any DK, and I'm going to keep it that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously our moves here are going to lie at the quarterback position. So,
yeah, we're going to dance here from both. I'm going to give you a ton of options, a ton of ideas here.
I like the running back room for this team. I don't love holding Judkins through the injury, but he's going to be ready. He'll be fine. So,
yeah. So with Caleb, we can go down a little bit further than Drake May because Caleb's he's not really in that Drake May tier with the rushing upside. When we're down tiering from May, actually, you can down tier from May to Lamar Jackson now and get a plus on top. What I've been noticing, Avery, is in pretty much every single startup we've done and in market value, May and Allen are at a tier of their own, and Lamar is down there with Daniels, Burrow.
Yeah, from a value standpoint, I've noticed that as well. I mean, he's consistently going in startup drafts at the end of the first at this point.
Yep.
So I agree. I think he's a good down tier target for the top guys as well. I think he still has that. And again, getting a new coach, you just don't know what to expect from Lamar. He just came off of should be 2 MVP seasons, to be honest with you. So
yes, it should be. So when we're looking to down tier from Caleb down to a Purdy, we were just talking about Kyron being super cheap. I would try to get Kyron. I know our focus is wide receiver, but that team has Kyron. I would just try to get it, and then you can maybe move around your running back value for a wide receiver. He also has T. Higgins. That's another option too. The team with Dak has some receivers I'm interested in. Very interested in. He has Waddle and he has Hunter. I would try to get Hunter.
Yeah.
And then Baker. You'll be able to get the most plus on top there. Oh, man, the Baker team has Saquon.
I like that
man.
too. I mean,
yeah,
just flexing the running backs here. I don't think that's a bad idea.
Yep. Then with the Drake May down tiers, again, you're not going to get you're not going to break the bank with the plus you're getting on top of Lamar, but you can get a plus on top of Lamar for May. And I just think that's worth it because they're close enough that it's worth doing that. He has Tucker Kraft. He has Adams. It's actually the same team as the Saquon team.
Yeah, Drake May Lover did say, I'm feeling like Rome was just banged up and was a wide receiver one before the injury. So Rome was banged up. However,
yeah, he was.
The injury wasn't severe enough, I think, to justify like a whole entire 12-week plus playoff like drop off, and also like ceding production to like a Colson Loveland type and even a Luther Burden as the year went on. The other thing is there were some things in his analytics that actually were a little bit concerning, even when he was producing technically at a wide receiver one level. But again, like if you want to, Levi said the same thing. It could be injury related. It very well could be. It very well could be.
Very could well be.
It very could well be. And if you want to bet on Rome, we're not going to complain. We love him as a talent. It's more, I think he was being deployed much more effectively at the beginning of the year, whereas at the end of the year, I don't think that was happening. I don't think they wanted to use him as a wide receiver one. It could be injury related, but I think it's a combination of both. I think it's an injury, and I think it's also schematic. And I also think it's the fact that he's in a very crowded wide receiver room. If you're going to die on the Rome Hill, I do not blame you at all, though. So that's just a suggestion for us. It's just risky because you roll in next season and you could have 2 guys there, 3 guys there don't even produce. So,
yep, I agree. So yeah, again, as you can tell, our focus for this team is really taking advantage of your value at QB and reinvesting in the skill positions, but make sure you're getting an absolute haul for those top QBs when you're trading. And again, focus on wide receiver and running back. So, do you have any questions on this one, man?
Yeah. What questions do you have, Drake May Lover?
We'll have all the trade examples and everything.
BTJ to Marv? I don't mind that move. Again, but
yeah,
it's preference.
I'm cool with that.
Like we're dying on the Marv Hill. Like we've said that. So
yeah, it's not like Marv is any safer than BTJ, really.
Yeah.
I do like Marv's skill set more than BTJ. It's just my opinion, but
yeah, I do too. And I think he has more upside and ceiling, and that's why I like it. So, all right. Any other questions, Drake May Lover? We appreciate you, dude. You can always message us with questions, of course. But, yeah. Did we give him feedback on the offer, the Derrick Henry and Javonte Williams for the 106 and the 27 in Franklin? It's close. But I don't think I want to give up Henry on this team. It looks like you already traded JMO off of this team.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't think that probably isn't even applicable anymore. But what solution should I look for tight end next year? Is it dumb to tank for Smith? Yeah, I mean, we have you as competing. So your value is strong enough. Your value and your production is strong enough to where we think you are contending. So don't tank. You do not have a bad enough team to tank. Tanking is a last resort that we almost never recommend. And you have a cornerstone and 4 foundational pieces to build around here. I think I'm feeling good with it. You're 4th on our power rankings. You're going to contend. With that being said, at tight end, you have Theo Johnson. I think that's fine. What you're going to do at tight end is you're just going to wait to see who the productive vet of the flavor of the week is next year, and you're going to go get them to plug in. So we'll go cheap at tight end to go for Kittle. Don't trade for a young tight end. Don't trade for a tight end with like significant value in Dynasty. It would be my advice. And yeah, that does mean even a tight end premium. So I feel like having 2 elite QBs plus Jeremiah Smith would be nasty for 10 plus years. And it would be. I can see why you would think that. However, again, like the replacement cost of having a QB in your lineup that's elite, you are going to win more championships statistically investing in those wide receivers and running backs just because of how the flex positions work. And so the other thing I'd recommend, don't play in 10 plus year. Don't even think about 10 plus years. Think about right now. Think about who you're starting right now. Part of the reason that you're stuck in like the middle here is because you have to start Rome Odunze and Brian Thomas, who were producing as wide receiver 3s for the last half of the season. DK, who was doing nothing, and Jaden Higgins, who's a developmental prospect. But the rest of your roster is good enough to contend. And so if you move that quarterback value around, you can contend. And the most important thing here, your dynasty team is kind of stuck in the middle. Get it out of the middle by moving more towards production, keeping the value insulated, and moving around some of your value at QB, and you're going to be good to go. Hopefully that makes sense of kind of what you're asking. So, all right. Appreciate you, man. If you have any other questions, let us know. Trayvon did say Drake May, which is true. If you have Roman Hunter, which would you sell of the channel? Rome would be the guy we'd sell there probably. Julia says, I made it to a live. So hyped, legit. Watch you guys every day. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for watching. We really appreciate that, dude. If you ever need anything, let Nathan and I know.
Oh,
So
hey,
unfortunately,
man,
Miami's going to have to give you all the L, though. I don't think that's happening.
Oh, boy.
I just don't think that's happening.
Before you're on the stream, Trent from Mercedes-Benz Stadium, the guy that said hi to us.
Oh, was he on?
He was on, yeah.
Oh, that's
and he said hi.
Oh, I wanted to tell him.
He's like in charge. He's in charge of like all the guest services.
Oh, dude, I wish we would have known that.
Yeah,
I wanted to tell him sorry we couldn't talk to him for longer, but like literally we were getting pushed down. Like
I know,
it was nuts.
Yeah.
So yeah. All right. Next is Gilby, right?
Yep. RG Carlson is a team name here. I didn't see any comments on this team, but let's look at the production and value share. 8.1% production share. It's good for 9th in the league and a 12-team Superflex PPR half-side and premium. Value share is 7.9%, which is 11th in the league. Quarterbacks, 10, Otto, Lamar, and Jaden Daniels. Bucky Irving and Derrick Henry. I'll give you a 3 there. Tet, Ladd, Addison, Judy, Coleman. I'll give you a 5 there. And then Laporta is with Hawkinson and Kelsey. I'll give you a 6. Draft capital, I'll give you a 5. You got the 109 this year. Actually, sorry, I'm giving you a 4. You got multiple seconds. You've got a first this year, no first next year. Bench is going to be very, very low, like a 1. Overall grade going to be a 5.6. With your production share being pretty low, your value share being pretty low. We're going to go 1-year reload dual elite QB here. Reload contend.
Unique team build.
Yeah, a lot of times.
Hey, just so you know, Nate, I'm just keeping this in mind. This might not change your answer. This is the Bald Avery League, so they just drafted.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah.
And there's a team name here called Hymns for Huffman. Which
I will say though, the values in this league have already flip flopped quite a bit. I mean, look at.
Yeah, you're right.
At some of these teams.
Well, some of them just had some really good drafts.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. To some extent, you're right.
But yeah, no, I remember this team going with Lamar and Daniels to start.
Yeah.
So again, everything up for grabs always. You never know what's going to happen fresh out of a startup, but I will say I feel more comfortable with you probably building for the future this season and trying to build up your value because I don't feel super comfortable anywhere outside of quarterback. And you know how hard it is to move quarterback sometimes. That's why I'm only going to recommend one quarterback down tier, honestly, for this team. And I'm probably going to have you pivot off of Bucky, and then we're going to pivot off of Laporta. Lamar, we're going to hold on to for now. But Daniels, I'll probably look to down tier from. Bo Nix is a down tier option. You may have to, honestly, in a domain league, you may have to down tier further from Daniels than you would for most leagues because, like, you're gonna have a lot of really sharp players in this league where they're not gonna give you what they should when you're down tiering from Daniels to say Dart or Hurts. You will probably have to try like Bo Nix. You'll probably have to try Lawrence and Purdy. Honestly, you could you could try to get like an elite running back plus a way cheaper QB like an Achane and a Goff. That's a possibility for you too. It's an option, something to look into. But with like Bo Nix and Trevor, this Bo Nix team has Odunze, Jamo, Hunter, Scadaboo, Henderson. I'd be gunning for every one of those guys.
Yep.
Every single one. Yep.
Yep.
For the Lawrence team, ironically, also has Devon Achane as well as Jared Goff. Lawrence team doesn't super fit, honestly. Try Herbert and get a better piece on top, like Quinshawn plus a pick.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Now, Bucky, when we're moving off of him, again, we mentioned some wide receivers that we like in that range. Garrett Wilson, Pickens.
Gilby asked if he messed up
Marv.
Wide receivers for multiple pieces. Did you put? I don't think you put the deals in here, right? What were the deals? Give me some of the deals, and I can tell you like what I think of them, and I can tell you so that way, if you do think you messed up, you don't make that mistake again. But tell me kind of some of the moves you've made. I don't think your team is like super devoid of top end assets here. You've got still Jackson and Daniels. It's just really your value distribution, don't you think? Like,
yeah.
So
for Sam Laporta, when we're pivoting off of him, a couple guys, Walker low end, Scadaboo high end, Travis Hunter middle end. Again, if you saw in the startup where those guys went tonight, Scadaboo actually went in the 7th.
Hunter is that cheap right now?
Hunter went late 6. He went at the 6.9.
Nice.
Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, man. Like, wow. I was kind of like I wasn't fighting people in the comments. I was just like, yo, we can argue all day about whether he's going to play corner or wide receiver. We can do that all off season again.
Yeah.
And I will fight and advocate for him being a wide receiver. I'm totally fine doing that. People can be scared about the corner stuff. All I'm saying is he was a backup this year. He played really well at wide receiver before he went down with the injury. And we're hoping that he's good enough to be a full-time corner as our number one. Which, by the way, he made a living in college by being a gambler because he could do it and he was more athletic than everybody. You can't do that at the NFL level.
Not actual gambling.
Yeah. Anyways, the point being, he doesn't have to be an elite wide receiver for him to be a good investment at the 6.9. Like, nice. That's not even, it's like, I don't really know why we have to fight for this at that price. If he were going in the second round, it's a totally different conversation. And then the corner stuff is a relevant argument. It's not at the 6.9 price. It's just not. Yep. So those are going to be your move types there. The down tier from Daniels, the pivot from Bucky, the pivot from Laporta. Definitely want to focus on getting some extra wide receiver value here. Probably hold on to Henry until we get closer to the season and then move off of him at a premium when a contending team wants to pay up. But don't down tier from don't down tier too far from top assets, no further than 1 or 2 tiers.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to get some productive vets on this team. You already have one like Henry, but if you can get a couple for a fair price where they're going to go up in value heading into the 2026 season, you can go for it. But just probably wait until the postseason is over.
Yeah. And he, on that note, his trades that he made, JSN, Genty, and Stafford for Lamar, Tet, and Bucky. I think you won that trade from a value standpoint, so I'm totally fine with that.
Yep.
And then JT, Chase, and Stroud for Ladd, Genty back, and Daniels. I think you probably won that trade too, but it's closer. I don't mind either of those deals. Obviously you gave up Chase, JSN. So yeah, you gave up the top end guys, but when you're looking at the guys you filled out your team with, I mean, if we were looking at your team with those guys instead of, Tet, Ladd, Bucky, and the 2 quarterbacks, I don't think you did. I think from a value standpoint, you did fine. I think from a team construction standpoint, I would have rather had. But again, now what you can do, it just honestly, what it depends on, this is a very loaded answer. It depends on how much you could resell the quarterbacks for. Because if you bought into the quarterbacks, even though you got a value win, you may not have technically gotten a value win because you can't sell them again. If that's the case, and you can't sell them. So that's an interesting theory discussion there. But I don't think from a pure value perspective, you messed up, Gilby. So I don't think those trades are bad at all. So let us know if you have any questions, man. I think you've done fine. Again, we're just reworking our value here, getting it into a decent spot. So we appreciate you. And if you have any other questions, just drop in the chat, or always feel free to reach out to us. We'll give you a free trade question as well. We have a trade in here from Corsac. He said, got this after as a counter after talking more. He would be getting Purdy for Thomas, and then he would be sending away Shuck. This trade is fine. How is this making his? I guess what I want to know is Corsac's team is here. How are we making our team better here? You're investing in a quarterback 3 when you have Hurts and Goff. I guess if you're thinking multiple steps ahead here, I'm good with this. I'm assuming you're going to move Hurts, right? In terms of this trade in a value vacuum, BTJ and Brock Purdy give the slight edge to Purdy. Shuck and Pierce between Debo and Dubs, I'd probably take Shuck and Pierce there. I'm fine with it. It's fair, but again, like make sure if you're going to do that and you're going to have 3 top 20 QBs on this roster that you're going to end up moving on. That would be my advice. I'm sure you are. And it is a super flex league, so. C. Arter is going to be our last team review for tonight. A couple questions. Sign up for the annual deal with y'all's code yesterday. Use the Blueprint token. I'm curious how long it usually takes. Appreciate you to Regret. Normally, we're I think 7 days, and we have a lot right now, so the queue is pretty long. But Nathan and I do all of these personally for you guys, and we try to take our time on them, so we don't do a million a day. We do every team is looked at individually and carefully. What do you think, Nate? What would you put the queue at right now?
7 to 10 days.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, let us know if you have any other questions in the meantime, though, man. Appreciate you. Brock says, Avery, with that elite 3 frames per second, it is driving me up a wall, dude. Trust me. Drake May says, should I do Caleb? He just got his review. Caleb BTJ for Dak, Marv, and Travis Hunter. No, one of those guys needs to be more valuable. The Marv guy needs to be more valuable there. You're just down tiering too far at QB, and then BTJ and Marv cancel. So it's really Caleb for Dak and Travis Hunter. You can get more than that for sure. So
yep.
Appreciate you too, Regret. Yeah, you can get more than that, Drake, man. All right. Say hey in the chat here if you're here. C. Arter, we appreciate you, dude. Team name Tootin in the Fannin. Got in the playoffs, couldn't get over the hump. You sound like Mike Woodson. What improvements can I make to compete again this incoming season? Let's do this thing. All right. Let's start by grading this out. It's a 10 team. It is a 1 QB. It is a half-point PPR, half-point side premium as well. Lamar's still an 8, right? But not, I mean, what are we giving him an 8, 9, or 10 in a 1 QB these days with his value?
By a 9.
Okay, still a 9. Javonte, Derrick Henry, Bayshall Tootin is a 3. Pickens, Olave, Pittman, Golden, Sutton, a 6. And then Harold Fannin is a 7. You have 2 firsts this year and 3 firsts next year. You have a ton of firsts. There's a future value player deficient build, rebuild, contend. Definitely a future value with your 5 firsts. I don't think I saw in the comments what first those are this year. So if you're here, let us know. There's Carter. What's up, dude?
He's got the 107 and the 109. So
awesome. Okay.
we're gonna move the 109. We can hold the 107 for now.
For
Honestly, you could shop both.
Or you could
take
them both in up tier.
So. Yeah, this is a 1 QB 10 team start 9. So upside is going to be very important here. Even as a team that's technically rebuilding this year, building for the future, there are going to be some up tiers that do make sense for your team to raise your value upside opportunity by taking some of your lower end guys. Like Pittman and Christian Watson have cap value ceilings. Like I'd package both of those guys and I would up tier to guys that have higher value upside. I would pivot from Lamar Jackson for sure because QB is just not our priority right now. Wide receiver and running back are. So like with Lamar, I'd be targeting in a 10 team, probably a little lower than a 12 team 1 QB, but like Quinshawn, Garrett Wilson, Marv, those types of guys. For Pittman and Watson, like I'd be trying to get up to the value upside guys that, depending on moves this offseason, could increase quite a bit, like Walker and Devonta Smith. Devonta Smith is a really interesting one right now, who could just be a beneficiary of an A.J. Brown move. And the moment A.J. Brown is gone, which is very possible, he moves up a half round, at least. And a lot of people are going to be very interested in that. Travis Hunter, another guy there, again, that's super cheap right now. I probably just want to take the shot. With the late first, same type of thing as Lamar in a 1 QB. With a late first, you can probably go for like Waddle. Probably not Flowers anymore. Probably Jacobs now, as he's been falling. Addison being another option too. So basically just targeting guys that, again, either in the short term before the draft have value upside, and afterwards, if you get a productive vet who's going to gain value heading into the start of the season. Josh Jacobs is the poster child of that right now. You can just play the market there since you are like a 1-year rebuild as a future value.
Yeah, and he says, think I can get Sadiq at 7? Yeah, I think you probably could.
Yeah.
So
your starting lineup doesn't matter in the offseason, so just make sure you're increasing your value portfolio as much as possible when you're making these trades. Upside, absolutely everything in this format. So if you do down tier from someone, don't down tier too far or too much.
Yep.
In fact, I would recommend hardly at all. Harold Fannin's another guy that I would look to potentially move, especially if you're potentially getting Sadiq or a rookie tight end in the draft. You can move Fannin for a wide receiver or a running back, like a Brees Hall, like a Cam Scatterboo, like a Harvey, like a Higgins. He's gained quite a bit of value. So,
what'd you give him his production and value share?
12.1% production share.
Yeah, first in your league,
which is first in the league, and and then value share is 8th in the league at 8.4%. So a lot of that came from obviously Lamar has one of the highest production share or one of the highest production grades. Javonte, a huge bump up this year. Henry, a big bump up.
Pickens, Olave, Pittman, all productive. Fannin was productive. So
yeah,
very interesting. But I think you would kind of agree with us. This is a future value team. And if you have any questions, go ahead and ask them now so we can answer them on the stream, Carter. But I feel pretty good about that plan. Definitely want to make sure you're comfortable with it, though. If it's obviously all going to be on the blueprint, we'll send it to you. So if you have any questions, you can just reach out to us. But no, that's not going to change it for me, Drake Maylover. No. Don't add players. Again, the players, 3 players are fine, but the Dak needs to be better. Marv needs to be better. One of the 2 to get that done. Keep asking us about that, or keep asking the Discord. He did say he loves Fannin a lot, so I don't blame you. I'm higher on Fannin.
Fannin looks great. I'm interested to see who they go for, head coaching wise.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Fannin's fun. All right.
So Silly Willie says, recently got a flock sub under domain, have a team review sent with a voucher. Turnaround time for that's like 7 to 10 days right now. Silly Willie, we've got quite a few in our queue, and we can only knock out so many per day because Nathan and I do all of these and we try to take our time. So you should get yours within about a week. Appreciate you being patient with us on that. And this Infinite starts at the beginning of February, so you'll get another Infinite Blueprint here very soon. So, all right. And that's the last one, right?
Yep. And Carter will get your blueprints to you pretty soon here. Sent out to you.
Yes. And Brian will start us on, and Mike, if Mike's here, you guys will start us on Thursday as well. Yep. So he says, so what did you say I can get for Pittman and Watson? What did you say on that one?
Walker, Smith, Hunter. I would just kind of shop around and see how high you can get. Use Golden, use Sutton, use Shakir, use Jennings, Dobbs, use whatever there. At wide receiver, just to up tier and get somebody in that range. So,
yeah. And if you have any other follow-ups, just message us on Discord, submit a trade question, ask anybody on Discord. So again, don't hesitate when you guys have questions on this stuff to just follow up with us, because that's part of it. Like, us helping you through some of this stuff is part of it for sure. So Silly Willis says, what's the future of our Colts? It's bad. It's bad. It's a very bad future, just being honest with you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, but we have IU football. I hope you're an IU football fan. All right. Thanks for letting me jump on, guys. And shout out to Nate for covering. We'll be back on Thursday, so make sure you tune in then. We'll have another video coming out this week, probably on Friday. So we will have that for you as well. But appreciate you guys jumping on. Have a great day off from Domain. Technically, we're only taking one day off, and we plan to see you guys on Thursday night. Be here or be square. Appreciate you. We'll see you soon.